This is the regularly scheduled City Council meeting for the City of Vacaville, February 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m. at City Hall. May I have a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Freeman.
Here.
Wiley. Here. Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Chapman. Here. Mayor Chair Carlin.
Here. All right, with that, if you are able, please stand for a moment of silence. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Every once in a while we have a nice full house, so sometimes there's empty seats and sometimes there's not enough, so bear with us this evening. Mr. City Manager, any changes to tonight's agenda?
No, there are none, Mr. Mayor.
All right, all right, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda. Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
There are no presentations tonight, so we will move on to item 5 on the consent calendar. Is there any member of the public or the council wishing to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
We have a motion, and Wiley seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 6, business from the floor. This is an opportunity for the public to address the council directly on any item that the council has jurisdiction on, but is not on tonight's agenda. So if it's an item that you'd like that's on the agenda, this wouldn't be your time, but please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rosette, and I am speaking on behalf of the newly formed Neighborhood Association for the Stonegate area. The catalyst that led to our association being formed was a topic of discussion brought forth by Caitlin, who now serves as the association's chair, during the last city council meeting. Since registering as a Vacaville Neighborhood Association, Caitlin and I have worked together and look forward to creating committees that involve active members of our neighborhood. At this time, I would like to ask members of the Stonegate neighborhood to stand. Thank you. We have several goals for our association, which include community building opportunities and neighborly cohesion, but most importantly, to advocate for those residing in our neighborhood when needed. With a 40 to 60% chance of relapse occurring in sober living facilities, it is imperative that we work together to find solutions that will provide the utmost care for underserved populations who are in recovery. In 2022, a sober living and recovery task force was formed in Mission Viejo, California. This task force's mission is to combine expert education and research, public input, and bipartisan regional initiatives to determine critical pathways forward for long-lasting policy solutions that would help those in recovery, as well as community members and neighborhoods that have been impacted. This bipartisan coalition consists of local and state officials, law enforcement, administrative staff, subject matter experts, and residents who work together collaboratively to address issues related to the proliferation of sober living and recovery homes. Per the task force's mission statement, it is recognizable that sober living homes can be a vital step in the recovery process. However, many of these unregulated facilities are in locations, particularly residential neighborhoods, where they were never intended, planned, or agreed to by the community. I recommend that a similar task force be implemented for the City of Vacaville, as this can serve as a valuable resource that would be beneficial for everyone. More information on how to proceed in this direction can be found on the task force's website. Our association looks forward to developing a positive working relationship with the City Council and other city departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. I brought a concern to your attention on February 11th. Since then, I have done more research and am now aware that we have several sober living homes already present in various locations across our city. I'm committed to being solution-oriented and would like to encourage the city and its council to put good public policy in place, which will benefit residents of sober living homes located all over Vacaville. In 2014, Costa Mesa began to expand its zoning code, and they developed developed ordinances for group homes, boarding houses, and sober living homes. Group homes and boarding houses were given explicit definitions, and the ordinance also created the sober living home category. This designated sober living homes as being a group home for persons who are recovering from drug or alcohol addiction and who are considered handicapped under state or federal law. After defining these terms, they enacted regulations for group homes and sober living homes located in single-family zoning districts. Please note that boarding homes were already not permitted in these zones. The regulations were initially challenged in court, but in December of 2024, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that the city of Costa Mesa could enforce these ordinances if they benefited the protected class and offered more favorable treatment than boarding houses and did not disadvantage group or sober living homes. The court's ruling permitted the city of Costa Mesa to enact several regulations on these homes, which now benefit and protect their residents. Here are some, but not all of the regulations currently in place. Group and sober living homes are permitted to exist in all residential areas. They must have 6 or fewer residents and 1 house manager with a special permit after a public hearing. A notice must be given to all property owners within 500 feet. Homes must have a manager on site 24 hours a day, written rules and regulations, relapse and good neighbor policies, and all occupants must be enrolled in AA or NA. Homes with 7 or more residents were required to comply with additional regulations. You can refer to Costa Mesa's website for additional requirements. It's important to note that these regulations were put in place to provide more accessibility to the residents of the proposed facilities and also to advocate for and establish accountability for safe living conditions for their residents. Enforcement and accountability mechanisms keep all residents of neighborhoods safe, especially those who are under-resourced. Our city and neighborhood are unique in the sense that we have a dense population of first responders and public service employees, many of whom have extensive experience serving a diverse population, which include people with disabilities who have also been historically marginalized. Although our ideas on how to approach some of society's greatest challenges may differ, one thing that we can all agree on is that equitable and inclusive access to quality services requires accountability from federal, state, and local governments to ensure expert care and management. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. Changing the topic just a little bit. I would like to, I hope, be calling the council's attention to something that you're already aware of, and that would be Assembly Bill 303, which is currently winding its way through the bill mill up the road. AB 303, which I'm sure you're aware of, would do away with our problem of the battery storage plants that they want to stick all around us here, because that would return control back to the local jurisdictions. Furthermore, AB 303 would throw a small wrench into that real estate scandal called California Forever, because one of their plans was to build BESS plants to support their silly solar farm that they want to put out there with their Magic City. Okay. The AB 303 will make it where, once again, local control over battery storage plants. So I do hope that all of you have spoken to Senator Calblon and Assemblymember Wilson and asked them to support AB 303. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Carly, City Council, City staff. First, I'd like to say I've been really proud of the new programs that we've been seeing in the city lately. And although projects like the new homeless and inclusionary housing developments is great progress and huge steps forward, I'd like to see even more projects like these come to fruition in Vacaville, as we know the city and our residents can really use them. I believe our city leaders' hearts are on the mark with these kind of projects, and I believe they truly want to do more for our residents. But a huge part of these kind of programs never coming to fruition or even being discussed is simply due to our lack of funding. To be frank, we need more revenue generating programs in our city. For those who don't know this about me, I'm very passionate about serving, helping to feed, clothe, and house all of God's people, which is why I'm big on programs like the Neighborhood Storehouse and these kind of housing developments that really help, and other kind of housing developments that's going on that really helps families in need, the homeless, and those who have little to nothing. What these kind of initiatives and programs ultimately intend to do is successfully improve the quality of life of all of our residents. Fortunately, there's programs like the cannabis program that can actually accomplish both, generate needed revenue for the city and increase the quality of life for many of our residents, as it's already been proven to increase the quality of life and help countless others all over the city for years, both directly and indirectly. Directly, it helps residents who suffer daily from a multitude of different issues and conditions, and indirectly, it generates enough revenue for the city to allocate more resources and funding to start more projects that can directly impact our residents' lives. We all would like to see more projects like the Storehouse, the housing program, and many others come to fruition, and I found that many of our residents agree with me. I've recently reached over 7,000 residents and garnered a community of followers in the city who are interested and look forward to Vacaville finally launching our own cannabis businesses, and from that, increasing the city's pool of general funds. Council, there are few to no programs that can check both of these boxes, especially compared to an efficient running cannabis program. Voting yes on cannabis would mean saying yes to provide our residents the quality of life and the available resources they truly deserve in their own city. Please keep this in mind when deliberating on this vote in this spring session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Staff. My name is Kevin Kohler. I'm a 50-year resident and resident of Stowgate subdivision. I do not speak on behalf of the association. I speak as a private citizen. I have serious concerns about the sober living house on 491 Stonewood. I have many concerns for the safety of the residents of the home, police officers, and the families that live next door to 491. Here are a few. The last several weeks, there have been construction at the house, an overflowing trailer with construction material removed from the house. Were there permits issued by the city for the construction so the facility is up to code, ensuring the safety of the residents? Was the fire suppression system installed? The home will be a level 3 sober living with no paid staff on site, no alcohol or drug testing, no paid security for the 12 residents. Will convicted felons be allowed to live there, which would be concerning for the residents of the home and neighbors? The house is on a tight curve with a fire hydrant in front. The congestion from the possibility of 12 residents having conditional licenses that allow them to get to work and back home, delivery trucks for food, garbage trucks, buses to transport to and from medical appointments, and neighbors' vehicles would greatly restrict police and fire responding to calls for the residents and neighbors. Allegedly, one of the sober living houses that has had 160 police calls. When I first started browsing the web, I found sites where the owner of the home was almost bragging about how much government money with little to no restrictions he could make. There was also a site where you can enroll in a seminar for a hefty fee. He would show you how to do what he does. These sites have since been taken down. I never found anything on the web where he has shown compassion or empathy for those in need of assistance. This is about his business making large sums of money with little regards to the neighbors. With little to no codes for the sober living house, no oversight of those sober living houses, the citizens of Vacaville should be concerned. There's nothing to stop a sober living house going next door to you. I am grateful, though, every day for the police and fire department that protect and serve our community. As a community, we should protect and serve our police and fire and their families. There's a police officer with a young family across the street and another police officer a couple houses down. We owe it to them to ensure their peace and safety. I urge the mayor, the city council to enact policy to protect the neighbors and the families of the Vacaville. I urge the city attorney to reach out to other cities that have addressed this issue. And I urge the city to deny the business license for 491 Stonecastle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what I'd like to just do is advise the members of the audience, for the people who are speaking, you can show your support by listening and leaning in, and it really isn't about providing applause or any other type of distraction. So the council is listening very clearly, so thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name's Dan, and I'm here to talk about the sober living home, proposed sober living home located at 491 Stonewood Drive, and the opportunity for our city to adopt the sober living ordinances from the city of Costa Mesa. The following information I have gotten from the owner-operator on YouTube and other websites. The owner-operator has posted, including a step-by-step student training seminar on how to start a high cash flow sober living home, and it requires no licenses or certification. The owner-operator currently owns 6 homes in Vacaville right now. The 491 would be the 7th. He advocates in his videos 10 to 12 people per home, and he charges $1,000 per person. So if you do the math, he's got an income of over $84,000 a month just in those 7 homes. And I'll express more of this about some of the ordinances that the city of Costa Mesa had. I said, right now, the city of Vacaville currently has no ordinances or regulations for sober living homes, but we have a great opportunity to correct that. The city of Costa Mesa, California saw a significant number of single multifamily homes being utilized as sober living homes. They realized the need for regulations and ordinances governing sober living homes in their city. They achieved these ordinances through the hard work and wisdom of their city council, planning commissioners, city staff, city attorney, and it dated back more than 12 years. It took them 12 years to go through the courts in order for them to get these ordinances. The city of Costa Mesa was granted sober living home ordinance by the Ninth Circuit Court. The ordinances, there's approximately 23 pages on the website. And the whole reason for the ordinance, or a lot of them, is it attempts to strike a balance between the city residents' interest in preserving the characteristics of residential living. They found many problems not associated with the typical single-family home. The increased number of residents, 10 to 12, California average is 2.9, caused neighborhood parking shortfalls, overcrowding, excessive noise, inordinate amounts of secondhand smoke. They also found that the size and makeup of the household had a negative impact on city services such as fire and police, water, sewer, and the surrounding roads. A couple examples.
Thank you.
Oh, is that, am I
Yes.
out?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I thought you finished. I just wanted you to be able to finish your thought, but thank you though.
Okay, I just have a couple of things. One of the,
No, that's what I allowed you to finish your thought. That's why it went over.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, but thank you.
Thank you.
I'm writing notes too, so. And the thing is also for anyone in the audience, if you have information in writing that you would want to submit to the council, you can submit it to the clerk and we will receive it. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Jessica Carvalho. I'm a mother of 3 who moved to Vacaville over 18 years ago from the Delta. My husband Joe was stationed at Travis Air Force Base when we first started looking to buy our first home. We quickly realized that Stonegate neighborhood was our dream neighborhood for many reasons. It was so peaceful, low crime, hardly any traffic, homes that were well taken care of, and even law enforcement living in the city that they worked in. That isn't common and spoke volumes of the city of Vacaville and the police department. It took us 16 years of hard work, continual good choices, and financial responsibility to get to this neighborhood. Just last year, we were able to buy and soak in the gift that is living in a peaceful neighborhood like Stonegate with our 3 children. They have been able to go for walks, bike to the park, etc. It has felt so safe to do so. 2 weeks ago, I heard about the potential for a sober living house to be opening up in Stonegate. I was shocked as I had not received any notification of a business like that opening up in our neighborhood. At our prior home, we received notification when someone wanted to even open up a pool cleaning service. To not have this say to have a say or ability to voice our concern over this business opening up around our children and in a family neighborhood felt very intentional and concerning. After hearing about the sober living house, I decided to reach out to Mr. Lamb's wife and spoke later directly to him. I left that
A glitch. Continue.
I left that conversation extremely confused as to what this home was actually going to be. It seems as though there has been a lack of transparency, and that feels intentional. I decided to dig deeper into this business and do my own research. Upon viewing Mr. Lamb's Sober Living Riches program, social media page, and YouTube videos, it was extremely obvious that this was a business. Mr. Lamb posted to his own Sober Living Riches pages excerpts from testimonials of those in the program. One reads, I met Andrew Lamb, and he is a real person running a real business. I have pictures of this. On his frequently asked question section, he lists the question, how much time will this require? Am I signing up for a full-time job? His answer, we teach you how to build a sustainable home with systems and processes do not require a lot of time and energy. As with any business, there is effort and nominal cost to get started. Business. He touts that he doesn't need licensing or certifications. This is extremely concerning. On his YouTube video from May 4th, 2023, he states, essentially, it's just a business. So why is Mr. Lamb not being required to adhere to business regulations? Why is he not being held to the same standard? I'd like to say that there is no neighborhood that is too good for anyone. I am proof of that. I grew up a poor kid from the Delta, only dreamed of having a nice, safe home to grow up in. I had a mom who worked hard to provide stability for us, as my own father is an addict. So much addiction running through my family. So many times in and out of rehabs, sober living homes, and relapsing, only for my uncle to die on the streets, drinking himself to death. A cousin dealing drugs, getting murdered during a deal gone wrong during a relapse. Another cousin who lives in the streets of Oakland, a lost soul. In and out of programs, endless amounts of times. Relapses that not only emotionally harm family, but physically. I understand the state of California changed laws that made people with addiction a protected class, and it's considered a disability. But who protects us? The ones fighting to break cycles, fighting daily to make choices and choose the right path, no matter how hard it is. We are all given the same 24 hours in a day. What we do with them is our own choice.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lori. I'm part of the association, but I'm speaking for myself. I have lived in Stonegate neighborhood for 30 years, more than 30 years. I have watched numerous Instagram posts and YouTube videos that Mr. Lamb, the purchaser of this property, has shared on social media. In one 58-minute video recorded on May 16, 2024 on Grid, Mr. Lamb is being interviewed by Mr. Rob Chavez. It's titled, 10 Times Your Cash Flow, How to Start a Sober Living Home. The interview explains how this profitable enterprise of Mr. Lamb's came to fruition. These are direct quotes. I'm only making $30,000 a year flipping homes. I need a change. Got to be a way to hold these homes to make more money. What is the most efficiency use of this asset I had just bought? First plan, to buy 100 rental properties in 4 years, but that's a lot of work. At the 1730 mark, how do I use this one home to house more people to provide more value? How do I maximize the use of this one home in order to increase the income that I'm going to receive? And according to Mr. Lamb, for him, this is where the idea of sober living homes came to be. The many social media sites state pretty much the same information, so I'll only quote just one site from YouTube. How to create financial freedom through sober living homes. I'm here to show you how to rock the real estate game. $600 a month to $6,000 a month in 90 days. Other sites claim $10,000 a month. Mr. Lamb states that he has 6 sober living homes. School, whatever that is, says Mr. Lamb has 10. And a YouTube video by Mr. Lamb from February 4th, 2025, he states himself, how I run 11 sober living homes in less than 1 hour a day. And of interest, another YouTube video, how I outcompeted 120 plus sober living homes in my area. Definition, high profit business. A business with a large percentage or revenue that translates directly into profit after deducting expenses. Mr. Lamb's sober living homes seem to fit that definition exactly. I ask you, Mayor Carley, City Council members, What are the guidelines, regulations, and restrictions of operating a high-profit business in a neighborhood of single-family dwellings? What is the oversight or checks and balances for such a neighborhood business? And if it is legal, who oversees such businesses that possibly capitalize on loopholes in the existing laws? Perhaps we need some new ordinances or city laws or a better check system developed for scrutinizing such business practices. I implore all of you to act upon this matter, not just for our beautiful neighborhood, but for our entire city. Thank you.
For anyone who's wishing to speak and you see that there's the opportunity to get in line, and for a show of hands, how many others intend to speak on this item? Okay. So if you are going to, could you go ahead and get into a line so that we can use our time as wisely as we can? Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Debbie. I'm a retired registered nurse, and compassion and empathy are at the core of my values. That said, I would like to address my concerns regarding the plan to open a sober living home in the Stonegate neighborhood. I strongly support my neighbor's objections to this plan and the negative impact it will have on our neighborhood. As the immediate next door neighbor to the proposed site, I have many concerns. At this time, the actual use of the home remains unclear. Initially, it was believed that the home would house 12 women and children escaping domestic violence. With reservations, an endeavor I respect. However, the logistics of housing 12 women and children, victims of domestic violence, in a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom home without professional support or emotional assistance 24/7 is, in my opinion, completely inappropriate. Additionally, the proposed use of the home has involved with discussions ranging from shelter for victims of domestic violence to housing patients recovering from surgery, people being discharged from substance abuse programs, and other individuals with diverse needs, possibly any combination of the above. Each of these potential residents brings concerns of safety to other residents and to me. With no professional staff living in the home to supervise and support, the concerns increase. Introduction of a sober living home in Stonegate would drastically change the character, atmosphere, tone, and tenor of the neighborhood. Here in this public forum, I respectfully request that Andrew Lamb reconsider turning the house on Stonewood Drive into a sober living home. If Mr. Lamb chooses not to, I ask that Mr. Lamb and the City of Vacaville limit the number of residents housed, the number of cars allowed, and guarantee that professional staff are present on site 24/7 to provide the necessary care, support, and supervision. Thank you for your time and concern in this matter.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Once again, I find myself in front of all of you standing up for a neighborhood. I've recently learned that a property investor has purchased a property in Stonegate area with plans of a type of business where up to 12 people may be living. I am still unclear as to the intent of the owner, as he has had different ideas speaking with different individuals. The home has been changed from a respite care, which the state of California deems as a homeless transitional housing, which is the latest news to us of what it's going to be intended for. It's been intended, like others have said, for cancer patients or women and children that are escaping abusive relationships. So it's kind of whatever fits his narrative for the day of this property owner. Um, Regardless of the intent of the property, the number one rule is to always do no harm. Don't sacrifice one group of people for another, whether it's a project or a business. My entire adult life, my career as an adult has been in the service of others, the care of others. And part of that was in crisis intake for severely drug addicted individuals. And with that, I've learned it's not a problem until it is a problem. So we need, if the city cannot stop this type of project, which I believe is not appropriate for a single family neighborhood, then I hope that the city will take a stance of having ordinances, at least for this type of project. You're the leaders of our city, and thus you have a big responsibility. It is you who, by developing policies and ordinances, decides if our city stays safe, if our city stays prosperous, and it's a place where people want to call home and where developers want to build. I'm asking you to address this issue, if you cannot stop it, to make extremely strict ordinances on homes like this being put in single-family neighborhoods. That's the whole point of a single-family neighborhood. You're changing the characteristic of that by allowing homes like this to go in with next to no regulation. It's going to be an impact on our city services. Like I said, it's not a problem until it is. And working with a complex group of individuals, you can have a bad neighbor. They're not a problem until they are too. So I urge you to please either stop these projects in the city of Vacaville in any neighborhood, or to at least enact severe and strict ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, I've been here before. My problems seem very insignificant compared to the ones I've just been listening to, and I hope you really listen to these guys and do something about it, because it's pretty scary for me too. Just a couple of things I just wanted to bring up. I was one of the people who, tried to fight against the Centennial Park projects going in. We're still all of the neighbours are still unhappy about it. They're not very happy about it. We're in the process of forming an association now, so at least we can have a say in what goes on. If these next phases go through, we want to at least be informed and know what's going on, instead of it just being dropped in our lap. The other thing I wanted to bring up too, though, was recently, in fact, when the work started recently, all of a sudden, I think maybe a coincidence, I don't know, but all of a sudden we're starting to get motorbike gangs almost sort of riding through the park, tearing up the land. I don't know, it's just crazy. It's like these people, we've called the cops and they don't seem to be doing anything about it. And then one day we went out there and found a bunch of like white supremacist flyers all over the place. And my son, who's supposed to be here tonight, very unhappy. His wife is black, so she's very hurt by it. So, and I just wanted to say that something has to be patrolled in that park. That park's weird stuff's going on in that park now. So I would really urge you guys and actually demand that something's done about all the craziness that's going on out there right now. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
My name is Esther. I'm also in the Stonewood area. My concern is Mr. Lambs doesn't believe on background checks. And that to me, it's a big red flag. Doesn't do any, his YouTube said that. He does not believe on background checks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close business from the floor. Before we move on, I know this came to the council a couple weeks ago, and since that time, there has been a lot of activity. I know I've communicated with many of you, and whether it's through emails or some phone calls, and so this is why this is the purest form of government at your local level. Came forward, we're listening, and Mr. City Manager, could you, even though this isn't something we can discuss, can you at least inform the public, since instead of waiting for the end of the night, since everyone's here,
Certainly.
as far as what we've been doing?
Certainly. So thank you. First and foremost, thank you to everyone that's here tonight to express your concerns with us. We are listening. We hear you. And as you understand from doing your own research, there's a lot of moving pieces with this complex project. There's a lot involved that our appropriate departments are looking into. We're looking at current ordinances. We're looking at other city examples, the Costa Mesa example and other cities. We're also looking at fair housing law and what that brings to the table, as well as the state requirements and things of that nature. So there's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of variables involved in this particular subject that we are trying to get a full understanding of how they all relate to what we can and what we cannot necessarily do. The other challenge is that, as you mentioned in some of your comments, that the topic of what it is and what it is not continues to move as well. So just as soon as we think we have a fairly good handle on where we're going, another new element comes in that we have to go ahead and start evaluating and researching as well. Because when we bring this to the council for discussion, we need to make sure that we have a complete understanding of all the different moving pieces involved so that we can provide the council with an informed, opportunity to make a decision, give direction on which way they want to go with this particular subject. So I assure you that our staff is looking at this very intensely with the purpose of bringing back to the council some discussion items for future discussion to take the direction in which way they would like to go to address this. So we will make sure that we keep everyone notified about those efforts so that we can receive input on that as we move forward.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the update. It is difficult when you're looking for action right away, and it is true, staff did meet and will continue to address this, and at some point, without any certainty on when it will come to council, it's likely that it would be city ordinance, what we can and cannot do. And no, turn, well, I'm not sure what's out there.
No, we can hardly hear you.
Is there, well, I don't control the mic, so I'm listening to you. I'm gonna try and see. There we go. He heard, so that might be a little too loud. So the point is while there isn't any specific date to come back to the council, as you heard, the direction is to formulate what we can and cannot do and determine whether or not there's an ordinance that will address the needs that protect the businesses that follow a proper business process at the same time, ensure that if there are things that can be done. And as I think many of the public has already seen, there's other cities that have already worked through this, including the ones that have been discussed. Thank you for your input, and believe me when I say the entire council is listening and staff has heard it loud and clear. So thank you. All right, Mr. City Manager, we're going to go ahead and move on to public hearings, item 7A.
Mr. Mayor, can we wait 1 minute to allow the room to break?
We'll pause, allowing an opportunity for members in the audience who wish to leave and or pass along any information. Yes, good news is the other states have already experienced this one and it's been through the nights. And we're working on this. We're going to come back to us. So it looks good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for accommodating that. I appreciate it.
Yep.
At this time, I will turn it over to Don Burris, our Economic Development Services Director, to walk you through an item related to the Downtown Business Improvement District. We have a couple of different items before you tonight that we will hear from Mr. Burris as well as members of the Downtown Vacaville bid. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Burris.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Don Burris, Director of Economic Development Services here. The item before you this evening is the annual renewal of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. Pursuant to state law, the City of Vacaville must renew the levy of assessments on an annual basis. And to initiate this year's process, a resolution of intention has been prepared authorizing the levy and collection of the assessments from the businesses within the boundary of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District for 2025. As part of this renewal process, the City Council is also being asked to accept the 2024 annual report, which details how these assessment funds and the city's fee-for-service were utilized in the calendar year of 2024. The council is also being asked to approve the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District Management Plan. The District Management Plan details how the 2025 assessments and fee-for-service will be utilized in the 2025 calendar year. So in past years, the council would also approve and direct the city manager and city attorney to execute a district management agreement between the City of Vacaville and the bid. At this time, staff is recommending a slight change to this process. The City Council is being asked to not authorize the execution of that agreement as the leadership of the bid has made a request for additional funding in the amount of $75,000 for the current fiscal year and for fiscal year 25-26. In addition to the $150,000 fee for service, they are requesting an additional $170,000. These funds are needed to stabilize the organization and to implement the items within the district management plan. So I know that's a lot of district talk. So I just put together a really quick PowerPoint presentation just to highlight what we're actually doing in this renewal process and what the change is that we're recommending to the council. So in light of the city's current deficit spending, staff recommends deferring the execution of the district management agreement and additional funding requests to a future date and using the March 28th City Council priority setting study session to have a more robust conversation about these items. So to be clear, the council actions this evening, the council is being asked by simple motion to adopt the subject resolution authorizing the levy and collection of assessments and approve the 2025 district management plan and extend the existing Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District Management Agreement for 90 days and simply receive the 2024 annual report. So we're asking for the extension of 90 days for the district management agreement so that after the council has had a chance for discussion at the March study session, that will give staff enough time to work with the bid leadership to address any changes that need to be made to the management agreement to reflect the council's decision regarding the funding. So again, the recommendation by simple motion, adopt the subject resolution authorizing the levy and collection of assessments and extend the existing district management agreement for 90 days, approve the 2025 district management plan, and simply receive the 2024 annual report. So having shared all that information with the council, I am happy to bring to you Ms. Dina Schwartzfeger, the president of Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District, and she will kick off this evening's presentation.
Good evening. On behalf of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District Board of Directors and staff, I am pleased to present our 2024 year-end report and 2025 district management plan. 2024 has been an insightful year at the bid. As anticipated, we've discovered several organizational issues, including previous lack of oversight of the financials. We are implementing solutions and striving to make this a healthier organization. We continue to identify budget shortfalls, even with the current level of support from the city. Assessment fees have not been adjusted since the bid was formed in 1999. We look to the city to assist with making adjustments to these fees. We also wish to explore adjusting the bid boundaries, as the current map doesn't necessarily reflect a membership that would benefit from our services. In 2025, we will continue to focus on implementing the Main Street America 4 Points approach with emphasis on our committees. Our events will be fewer but more impactful. Our mission is to build a downtown that people want to visit on a regular basis to ensure long-term success of our member businesses. We look at this year as the year we start to rebuild the organization. We're grateful for the continuing support of the city through not only funds, but also the ability to work directly with the city manager, our liaisons in the economic development, public works, and planning departments, as well as with representatives of our police department. We are grateful for the continued participation in our meetings, as well as the information and invaluable insight they give us in terms of education of our membership and planning for our future. I thank all of you for your continued support. We're a better organization because of your assistance. I'd like to hand this over to Leslie Silver, our Executive Director.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adina. And I do want to mention that she is my right hand and my left hand. Adina has helped this organization get through 2024, and without her, I could not be doing this. I'm going to start with a little downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District history. As you all can see, there's our map. It's been there since 1999 when the Vacaville City Council created the organization. At that time, the mission was to enhance Vacaville's downtown via safety, beautification, and public space activation to drive economic growth. Currently, our annual funding is right around $55,000, and it's delivered to us on a monthly basis throughout the year. One key point to mention is that our bid fees have not gone up since the inception of the organization in 1999. We currently have 11 board members, 2 full-time staff, and 1 part-time staff member. Next slide. So looking back at 2024, our mission in 1999 was to preserve and enhance Vacaville's downtown through safety, beautification, and public space activation, driving economic growth. So why do we continue to struggle? COVID certainly didn't help. It didn't help small businesses. As a business owner, I understand that. And I know that every individual who accepted the position that I'm in currently took the role with good intentions. We all believe in the mission. The question for me was what we can learn from the past 25 years and how we can re-engage with our mission and help our downtown become more thriving. It's this question that has shaped our approach to 2024. We've identified clear challenges: financial instability, an incomplete 501c3, a lack of strategic and marketing plan, struggling farmers market, and some negative stakeholder perceptions. While uncovering challenges, we also planned some of the community's favorite events and introduced a new one. This approach wasn't easy. It might have been easier to just not have any events and really focus on what we were trying to get accomplished, but I think we would have lost a lot of our community support. The organization has had a bit of an identity crisis. Many of our business owners and community members have fond memories of the past and are eager to return to that era. However, we recognize that simply reverting back to what we've always done isn't necessarily the solution. That model didn't bring us the diverse business mix that would make downtown a destination. We've identified a need for financial stability, transparency, a variety of funding avenues, new strategic direction, and most importantly, the need to build trust with our stakeholders. We need to get back to our mission, and the Main Street America approach for downtown revitalization aligns with our goals. Next slide. We've uncovered our challenges, but we also accomplished quite a bit last year. A CPA completed a financial review of 2023. We secured our 501c3 designation in October, which allows us to get funding from other sources. I completed the Main Street Community Transformation Workshop, which helped guide me in creating our 2025 strategic plan. Our farmers market, which is our small business incubator, averaged 1,000 weekly visitors to Andrews Park. We were able to get EBT, CalFresh to market attendees, which allows our market to thrive more and to offer healthy food to people in need. We had great digital growth with a new website and a 75% increase in our social media reach. We introduced the Downtown Shakedown Car Show, which I have to say was an example of the Main Street program. We engaged so many people that were excited about it. And in 3 months, we brought 9,000 people downtown, which is second only to Merriman on Main. And then, of course, we welcomed Touch the Sky to the bridge at the School Street Bridge. Looking ahead, we've laid the groundwork, but we're just getting started. We're focused on strengthening our organizational structure, improving financial stability, boosting community engagement, and of course, building a strong foundation for future growth. This now is our district management plan. Are we ready to go there? Yep. Okay. The City of Vacaville has asked the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District to utilize the Main Street America approach to downtown revitalization. Our 2025 district plan is based on this approach. It's actually fairly simple. It's a proven framework for downtown revitalization based on the success of historic downtowns across the United States. It focuses on comprehensive balance efforts in 4 key areas: economic vitality, design, promotion, and organization. Just a little history on the Main Street program. In 1977, the National Trust for Historic Preservation launched a pilot project to revitalize 3 historic downtowns. They recognized shopping malls were draining retail from downtowns, leading to vacant, decaying historic buildings and more big box stores. Their solution is a comprehensive strategy addressing these 4 key points. And our approach to 2025 is built around the 4 points and the committees that will create from those. The first of these committees is economic vitality. What I've done is I've created a list of items so that each committee has something very specific to work on. So they don't have to sit around and decide what's next. We're offering that to them. And usually when people are engaged in something and they're passionate about it, they're happy to volunteer their time. Look at Adina, right? Economic vitality includes connecting the farmers market to local businesses. Having 1,000 people in our downtown every Saturday should, in turn, help our businesses. We just have to make that connection. Monthly workshops for business owners, socials for business property owners to network, conducting a business inventory, and we are always connecting with our businesses to understand what's next for them. It's really important, for example, to know if a business owner is retiring, or maybe they want to expand, or maybe they're actually hurting and they're thinking about closing. We want to be that resource that can help them. Next slide. Design committee would be dealing with surveying the physical environment of downtown, really understanding where we have needs that maybe there's a lot of garbage on one of the streets, or maybe there's a perfect spot to put a mural. So when we have a catalog of what's available downtown to work on and projects that we need to work on, that's what this committee would be working on, putting together that catalog. Collaborating with local partners like the City of Vacaville for projects, continually gathering ideas for beautification, creating murals and installing wayfinding signage, introducing our big belly trash can wraps, and working with the City of Vacaville on the lighting study for downtown. Next slide. The promotion committee would work on our marketing plan, website updates and training for small businesses so they can access our website portal, spotlight local businesses on social media and stop by and just do a little interview, developing partnerships with hotels and Visit Vacaville, and planning and promoting events to draw more traffic downtown. And finally, the organization committee would launch our block captain program this year for neighborhood engagement, encourage local businesses to sign up for our gift card program, and create a welcome kit for new businesses and visitors. I feel very confident in what I've learned about the Main Street program, and I still have a lot to learn. I'm just like 10% into what they offer. Last year, they closed down the program, of course, not great timing. But they did offer the one thing that I went to in Iowa, and I learned a lot. It helped me create the strategic plan for this year. And that's about it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you for the presentation. And if I understand it correctly, this will be on the special meeting in March. So this really isn't, this isn't an opportunity where we're going to really go into all the good things, but I do want to say thank you. And it has been a transition, over the course of the year, and understanding where that budget shortfall is. There's a lot of reasons for it, but definitely appreciate all the work you're doing and the board to really begin to promote Vacaville and to focus on, what will that business model be. And I know that I'll look forward to how this presentation and discussion will occur in March. So thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions from the council. With that, I'll open it up to the public for any comment for this hearing.
Well, Mayor Carley and council members, it's good to see you all again. Hello, City Manager. Don, I think it's important to review a little bit over the last 3 years because what you've seen is a significant shift in the DVBID. It began with actually the leadership of the city manager coming to us, I think 3 or 4 years ago, saying, look, we want to move this whole thing to a much higher level, much higher performance. We need to seek out leadership and have a board that is going to accomplish more things, especially in line with the downtown program that she's just outlined to you. So a number of things have happened. Number one, we realigned the upper leadership. Number two, we realigned the whole board. Our membership came and realigned the entire board. We realigned all of our governing documents. That was a significant program. I want to thank my partner right there for helping do that. And then you asked that we realign our budget with the city budget time. We did that. And then we asked that we start receiving training that you heard about from Leslie tonight. So a lot of work has gone into shifting and shaping the board to produce in the future. One of the things that if you heard, I think Don was at our last meeting when you heard the report about the significant increase that was part of our game plan to increase the technological outreach of marketing and all the different devices in Google and Facebook. And if you saw that report, that was one of the projects of the DVBID, you would see there was a significant increase of the face of us. So I like to say, I go back to what I heard from John Carley when we were opening up the 777 project in East Main, and he was pointing out that Vacaville has a unique character. And the point of this board now is to bring businesses downtown that reflect the fabric of this community. I know I own a business downtown. I'm proud to say we were voted #1 in our category. But the most important thing we do is we're woven into the fabric of this community, and that's the goal of the DVBID. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and close this portion of the hearing and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information and all your work. I did have one question about the list that we got emailed to us of the businesses. Are those just the list of all the businesses, or are those the ones that are paying the assessments also? Because I think not all businesses do pay assessments, is that correct?
So the list that you did receive is a list of all the businesses that are paying an assessment. Well, let me rephrase that. A list of all the businesses that are going to be invoiced to pay assessments. And the reason why I say it that way, council member, is that there are oftentimes small businesses that are in our community that are not aware that they actually need a business license. So oftentimes when we do our business walk, we will stumble across a few businesses that were not aware that they needed to actually have a business license. So the spreadsheet that you were sent does represent what we believe to be the number of small businesses in the downtown, and it also represents those that are paying assessments.
Right, and so those are the businesses that are renting or that not the owners. So the businesses are the ones that pay this assessment that hasn't been changed since 1999 or whatever.
Correct.
All right, thanks. And then the second question is not really a question, but just a statement. I attended a meeting about new people coming to the base yesterday, and the main comment that the people had was, we want to know where the military discounts are. When we are in a new place, we can't look at all the businesses, but if I see one that's got a military discount, that's where I'm going to go. So I know that you have that as an option. So I just would let businesses know that people do pay attention to that and they go to the stores that have that discount. So thank you for offering that. And if you can just push it more, that would be great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. I've met with Leslie and Adina a few times over the past months. So anyway, there was a request, and I know you said we will discuss this in March. However, they have requested, in essence, I'm just going to round it up to $150,000, 75 and 75, correct?
So 75 and 170. So in total, it would be 75, 170, 150 for a total of 395.
So I'm going to round that up to 400. All right. So evidently, they're in need of additional finances, money, in order to sustain themselves. And we are aware of how much they have been putting, they being Leslie and her helper, her assistant in the office, how much they have been putting out to turn everything around for the bid. Mentioning that we will address this in March or when we meet, if the council decides, yes, they need this, they're doing a lot of work in behalf of the city, because if they weren't there, a lot of what they're doing would fall back on us, correct? Okay. Would we, right now, they've asked they put themselves on the same fiscal year that the city is now on. Would it be retro, what they're asking for? When would the 390 some odd $1,000, how would we pay that to them if the city decided to approve what they're asking for?
Councilmember, I'll defer that question to our city manager.
Thank you. So with regards to the two different requests, so one you have for the completion of this fiscal year, and that would be normally handled around this time with the mid-year budget. But because this is kind of new, I'm lumping it in with the other request, but they're kind of separate. But in talking with Adina and Leslie about the timing, so let me deal with the easier one first, the bigger request, the 320,000. So that would be part of the fiscal 25-26 budget that we will be talking about with council really starting March 28th, when we sit down and start talking about the goals and the priorities that the council wants to establish for this upcoming fiscal year budget, 25-26. It seemed to me that it would be irresponsible to talk to you now, and it's really just about the timing and to know, no one's ill intent. It's just the way historically this has been presented, because the way that the bid was established was by ordinance in March. So the district assessments have to start in March in order to be collected. And so historically, we've brought the district assessment piece along with the management plan and the financial services agreement that go with it. Thankfully, we've been able to work together and get on the same fiscal budget cycle now, which makes it much easier for accounting purposes. But going forward, we haven't even presented to the council the upcoming fiscal 25-26 budget, as well as your priorities. And because the ask is significant and it comes with, I think the plan that you see before you tonight is evidence of a lot of great accomplishments thus far. It's the first management plan that I've seen that actually looks like a management plan as opposed to a party list. So it's moving in the right direction. But again, we have not had the opportunity to present to council the whole conversation about what is the council's priorities for financing and funding programs going forward. So to me, that's more appropriate to have that bigger conversation as part of, to kick it off at the March 28th meeting where you're talking about your priorities. The $75,000 that's needed for right now. Again, in talking with Leslie and Adina, if that is something that the council, they can wait until March, April. So if that's something that is discussed at that priority setting session again and get the whole picture, and part of the picture that I'm hoping that staff in concert with the bid can present to the council is a brief presentation on, basically bid 101 and what are the expected outcomes, what are the expected deliverables, what are you seeking to get in return for this investment. And so by having that presentation, you can have a better understanding of what is the deliverable. And should the council say, to keep it going, that yes, they'd like to, seek the 75, could either find that, or we have discussed options within the existing budget there. That could be another possibility. So in working with, the two ladies, I believe that there's an opportunity to address both requests at that time.
It makes sense. I'm just concerned that they have their return on investment. We are not showing them no, let me stop because the council hasn't discussed it. But my question was, in March, when we do talk, I won't look at the whole 390. I'll only speak of the 75 that they would need now.
That would be the appropriate place to address that.
Yeah. But yet, what I'm hearing at the same time from the city manager is it's still going to depend upon our overall general fund budget because we're going to be talking about all of that at the same time. So we're going to have to find funds because right now we can identify if we were there discussing it. But I just want to make sure, that we're going to take care of this office that has proven their worth. And it's evident they need something to continue to sustain themselves. We've also heard from their report that they're not having as many events as they once did. So the only funds they're working with is what's coming from the city and the assessment fees. Now, let me say one other thing, Mayor, and that is on the assessment fees. I heard listeners say they haven't been increased since 1999. And if you looked at the one slide that showed the fees and the amount, some of them are paying like, was it $30 or $20? And that's a year. So the assessment fees are low. And it's almost like a cost of living increase that maybe we need to consider adding to the assessment fees. Something needs to be done to raise that because right now it doesn't amount to that much. And then the last thing I'm going to say is the way that they are paid, the way the funds are paid out from the city to the bid monthly, but they're not paid based upon when the fees are collected. So
right.
I think all of that we need to.
Well, that's the reason why this piece of it, look, the realignment to get this so that it falls in line with our budget versus every year it's in March because of the need to put forward the levy. And so that has to be done, which is what we're doing tonight. I completely appreciate the concerns, and I think most of the council may have similar concerns, which is why to put it, having this on our priority session is to say, as a council, where do we want the bid to be? And with that, that's that kind of a discussion we'll have, not only as a council, but with staff as a priority. I think that's the reason why that will happen. If the council, through that presentation with staff, says, no, this is a priority, well, clearly that will help inform our city manager and staff to determine what does our annual budget look like and the opportunity to do that, especially with the fund. And I think the only question that I can say that I also would have right now for clarity is, Mr. City Manager, what we're talking about in the 75,000 is to make sure the bid is funded through the end of this current fiscal year. But we can, when we have this discussion at our priority session, that will be part of that discussion because it would also determine whether or not this city council wants the bid to continue. And if it does, then it's going to also determine how do we want that plan to look like. So that management agreement will be part of that discussion. That's what will be at that. I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so tonight we'll just, if the council approves the levy, then the tax, it's a tax and it's on the businesses. I don't disagree, but since 99, that's a pretty long time to go with that and upgrade. And so really it's trying to figure out how to help the bid be successful. And I won't speak for the whole council, but I can say it's pretty clear. We all want downtown to be successful. So that will be the management agreement part of it. Let's see who's next. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. So thanks for presenting. And honestly, straight to the bid, I've been able to attend a couple meetings the past few months. I see the energy, I see the focus, I see the sincerity and the dedication, not just to help your business. Frankly, I rarely hear that. I see you all focused on how do we help each other's businesses. And I think that sense of community is worth, one, recognizing, and two, supporting. And, from a city's perspective, I think a lot of different perspectives have gone down between the relationship of, local government, the role of it, the bid as operating as a fee for service to help support our downtown, and just all these different dynamics that existed through, my whole life here. I think those are challenges that I look forward to having that conversation as a council, because I think the key thing is to understand, I think downtown business need to understand where their leadership's at with it. And I think we also need to understand where we're at with it so that we set that, if that's what we choose to do, that we continue to set you all up to succeed. And that's my goal. I would like to see you all to be successful. That requires funding. And the challenges is always going to be, where does it come from? How's it supported? How's it sustained? What's our measurable outcomes and so forth? I think, so the one thing I want to add is that, well, I have different recommendations that I think may be valuable. That's a totally separate topic. I think the main thing that I would like to just say is that I think that we should approve it as recommended. I think that we should all make sure that we really understand the intricacies that go into supporting our businesses downtown, and the effort and direction that you Leslie, that I've seen you pitch before on the Main Streets America. I get it, and I see it. It took me some time to kind of understand the different changes that were suggested, because even for me it was different. But I totally understand where you guys are coming from, and I think it's I absolutely look forward to having that discussion as a council on our in our priority session. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Thank you. I too look forward to the conversation. I'd like to thank Leslie and you and your team have done a phenomenal job coming up with some new innovative ways that we haven't tried yet to try to help downtown businesses. And I remain committed to trying to help those businesses as well. I don't believe that I would support raising taxes on downtown businesses, but I would support trying to find innovative ways to work with you in achieving your goals and not being as duplicative. I think that's the right way to say it. When I saw your budget and I saw some of the things that you are spending money on, I think that part of the conversation moving forward should really be the structure of the bid, if it remains a bid, or what that looks like to make sure that we are supporting our local businesses downtown and that our local downtown businesses still have a say in being able to bring things forward collectively as a group to council and to city staff. And so I just hope that we can maybe look at some of the alternatives respectfully and try to find ways, knowing that we are deficit spending, to really work together. And that may look different. So I just wanted to kind of preface that more in-depth conversation that we hope to have here in 90 days by planting that seed now, so that we can have maybe some options or some conversations in the meantime to figure out whether or not some of those changes would be beneficial for everyone. I am kind of okay with supporting the 75 that they need to get them through the end of fiscal. I don't see why that needs to be kept away right now. I think that there are some assurances. I don't think anything's going to change radically before the end of fiscal. Is there a reason why we're not doing that 75?
I'll defer to our city attorney. I believe it's because that was not part of the agenda for this evening to vote on those funds.
That's one part of it. The other part of it, quite honestly, is that, as you'll see in a later presentation, money's tight right now as well. And so it is, the procedural matter is that you do not have the ability tonight to make that action.
Then I'm prepared to accept staff's recommendation with a motion when the discussion's over.
Would you like to make the motion now?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we.
I'll second. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So thank you. Look forward to this priority discussion next month. And that should help the city council align what the priorities are, especially knowing the importance of the downtowns. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to the next public hearing. Item B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is an ordinance amending a section of the municipal code related to parking of vehicles. We have Sergeant Carly Stone and Assistant City Attorney David Nam here with a presentation for you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Like just mentioned, I am Sergeant Carly Stone with the Vacaville Police Department. I am currently the traffic supervisor, and I am here to talk about the recommendation to amend the Vacaville Municipal Code Section 10-20-020 relating to the stopping, standing, and parking of vehicles. This is the first reading of this new code. Current Vacaville Municipal Code sections and California Vehicle Code sections currently regulate the stopping, standing, and parking of vehicles. In October of 2023, AB 413 amended California Vehicle Code Section 22500 to include the prohibition of parking within 20 feet of any marked or unmarked crosswalk, or 15 feet of any crosswalk where curb extension is present. This new CVC section became enforceable on January 1st of this year, and as such, VMC 10-20-020 must be updated to allow for enforcement of this new section. This new section will apply citywide. This is a visual illustration of what the new law is designed to help. The vehicle on the left, as of right now, is legally parked, and when the drivers approach the marked crosswalk, you can see that visibility is limited to pedestrians in the crosswalk to the right and also vehicular traffic to the right as well. When that vehicle is not allowed to be parked within 15 or 20 feet of the marked crosswalk, you can clearly see how the sight distance and the sight picture is increased for both drivers and pedestrians in that area. The environmental impact, this activity is not a project under CEQA, and the fiscal impact as of right now is projected to be none because there is no current request for the painting of curbs or installation of signs. Alternatives are that council can determine if posted signs and painted curbs are necessary in affected areas and direct the implementation of those devices. However, through educational campaigns, we're hopeful that we can educate our community about this new law and hopefully negate the need for posted signs and painted curbs throughout all affected areas in the city. Educational content will be disseminated via the city's public relations office. They have already made some helpful and informational educational videos about the new laws, as well as our own department's social media pages. Officers will also have an educational or grace period for ticketing for this new violation, approximately 3 to 6 months, depending upon how it goes, to help increase community awareness about the new laws and the enforcement of it. Actual citations would likely not be issued until the tail end of this year, 2025. These meet with strategic goal number 1 of ensuring public safety, as well as initiative 1A of managing the changing paradigm for police. The recommendation would be by simple motion to introduce the subject ordinance. And by title only, we'd like to introduce the subject ordinance and waive reading of the title per Government Code Section 36934.
Thank you for the presentation. I see that there are lights on, likely for questions before we open this hearing to the public. One of the questions is, what will determine the 3 to 6 month window? If you could answer, what metric will a campaign reveal that the city would then enforce a citation versus a warning, and how will that be messaged in the campaign? And I say that as a question because 6 months from now is close to the beginning of a new school year, and sometimes that's our best opportunity to educate, especially coming and going to schools where a lot of the risk is. So that's one of the areas, is to make sure that we can inform the council what that is and make it very clear, but also work with schools so that as they begin a new school year, that is where so much of the risk really occurs, pick up, drop off at school. So I just, it's not so much a question now, but when that occurs, I know what does create that metric for, is it abbreviated or is it 6 months? We know because it's statewide, it's a lot easier for the education piece to say you should have known. But sometimes it's really good to make sure that people who've been driving all over the place, there could be people who move here that just don't know that there's a latitude citation. Vice Mayor Chapman.
I think.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Wiley. My screen doesn't always say who was first.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the information. One question, if you can go back to slide 3. So that's where the car was marked and then it moved. So on the verbiage, it said marked or unmarked crosswalks. So, I mean, is it okay for that car to be parked there because someone could cross on that side? Or if there's a marked crosswalk, then that's the only one that counts? You understand what I'm saying? So if it says marked or unmarked, can you park by the unmarked one if there's a marked one?
The new section indicates 20 feet from a marked or unmarked crosswalk. The marked crosswalks obviously are the ones that have been designated clearly with painted lines. Other unmarked crosswalks are typical of intersections where there's driveways or there's curb delineations made and not necessarily specific painted lines on the roadways. Is that what you're asking?
Right, so I mean, someone could cross on the other side. So that's what I just don't know, if that's an unmarked cross, or if there's a marked one, then that's the only one that counts. So So the other one's not, you're only supposed to cross in that crosswalk then, not on the other side.
I'm confused by you mean by the other side.
Well, you know, there's like north and south on it. So on the opposite side of the road where the car is now parked on the right, it looks like it's okay to park there, but I could cross across there if I was on that side of the road rather than having to cross and cross and cross 3 times. So I just didn't know if that's an unmarked crosswalk or not. If I was a pedestrian on the other side of the road, I wouldn't want to cross 3 streets when I could just cross 1. So that's a confusing question, I guess.
If I may, I do believe I understand the question correctly. I believe you're correct, council member. So the ordinance and statute reads, it's the vehicle approach side of any marked or unmarked. So the portion that you're speaking of, council member, is after the vehicle approach side, and so that would not apply.
Okay, that vehicle approach side makes a difference then.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. All right, great. And that was, and then I wondered too, so people will get a warning citation, but not an actual ticket, so that they know that they're in error?
Correct. There seems to be some confusion right now with residents, not only in this area, but also in the Bay Area, greater in general, about the new law. And so an educational campaign has proven to likely be more effective to help drivers understand the ramifications of the new laws rather than just jumping straight to enforcement.
And so basically drivers should just like not park within 20 feet of a stop sign.
Correct, on the approach side as drivers are approaching the crosswalks,
All right,
correct.
thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
So this statute is related to a marked crosswalk at a stop sign, correct?
Marked crosswalks as well as unmarked crosswalks as well, or in certain situations where curb extensions are present.
Okay, and even after whatever educational 3-month period, officers still can exercise discretion as to whether or not they want to take enforcement action by writing a citation or if they want to issue a warning, correct?
Correct. After the initial educational period, officers always have the discretion as far as whether or not to issue an actual citation, a warning citation, or even just a verbal warning.
So if you were directing your team to do traffic enforcement per se each new year in the years to follow, this is something that you could allow them to your patrol officers to exercise discretion on?
Yes, as with any other vehicle code violation, yes.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you for the presentation. I feel like a subject matter expert on this. I got hit really bad by a car. When I was a kid, I got creamed, almost killed me. And as I have a 10-year-old little rascal son, who I swear has never looked left or right one time. This hits home. I think this started in San Francisco. It's way more magnified than here, but I want to do whatever we can to make sure, let's not nickel and dime. I mean, the apex of any corner, marked or unmarked, kids don't care. They don't care if there's a yellow line or not. Any corner, the apex of that corner at any crossing, 15 feet either direction, you have to have visibility. Kids, they hop out, they run. That difference can mean a kid stays alive. If you have to walk an extra 20 feet, that's your problem. Care for the kids and people that aren't maybe as smart as we are or conscious or just wild little things. I want to make sure when it goes across, if you're at a corner at the apex, 15, 20 feet either direction, somebody will say, oh, I didn't realize it's an approach side or the turn right side. Just, if you're at a corner, don't park within 50 feet from the corner. It happens so fast. A kid got almost creamed in my kid's school a few days ago. It's a little inconvenience to make sure our community's taking care of each other. I just want to make sure we don't get in the weeds. We're doing this to keep people safe. It's that simple. Let's not make it's a hindrance, but big deal. Let's do the right thing.
Absolutely, sir.
Councilmember Fremont.
Yes, I just have a question on the ordinance on page 91 where it's talking about 10.20.020 prohibited areas. So I get it on the curbs. I mean, I just recently pulled up and my wife said, you can't park this close to a curb anymore. And I said, why not? She said, it's a new law. And I said, okay, so, but the other things that they're talking about here in prohibited areas, a person shall not stop, stand, or park a vehicle except a license, and then it goes on to the categories. So are we talking about, does this affect not just the corners, but it's talking about any standing vehicle, any illegally parked vehicle in a street or alleyway or right of way? The reason that I'm asking, just primarily this, I know there's a lot of vehicles that are out delivering packages, and we're probably all seeing this happen where they could actually pull over to a curb and they park right in the middle of the street and put their flashers on and back up traffic, and people are passing on double yellow. So does any of this apply to them?
It would apply to them if they were to be stopped within the 20 feet of the marked or unmarked crosswalk. So it could.
But in the middle of the street, they can just stop on a double yellow or a solid and park, delivery vehicles can just park like that. I mean, I know businesses have to, you've got to get, but I'm seeing it in residential neighborhoods. This doesn't affect, this is only in regards to the 15 to 20 foot zone for a corner, whether it's marked or unmarked crosswalk. Is it only referring to that? Because there's a whole lot of other material in here.
Correct. This section specifically is a brand-new section that would be added to the VMC to reflect the new law that was passed with the passage of AB 413.
Yeah.
It relates specifically to the stopping of vehicles, specifically on the approach side within 20 feet of the marked or unmarked crosswalks. For the other vehicles that are generally stopped perhaps mid-block, a further distance away from a crosswalk, there are other current VMC or CVC codes that would apply to those for enforcement meaning.
I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the public for discussion or comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Stockton.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to item C.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, we have another item related to this particular subject, related to penalties for parking violations. And the same team of Sergeant Stone and Assistant City Attorney Nam are here to give you that presentation as well.
Once again, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This is related to the repeal and replace Chapter 10.56 of the VMC as relating to the violations and penalties for parking violations. This is the first reading. As previously mentioned, the current VMC and CVC codes regulate the violations and penalties for parking violations. The current Vacaville Municipal Code, Chapter 10.56, relating to these penalties, was last amended in August of 1978. California Vehicle Code Section 40200 most recently was amended in 2024. It sets the current procedures for parking violations. The current VMC Chapter 10.56 refers to outdated CVC sections, which have now been codified under CVC Section 40200. City staff have been following the processes set forth under the newly codified sections, and an update of the Vacaville Municipal Code, Chapter 10.56, will simply bring its wording current with California state law. The new code, which would ensure that we follow the California state law, which is comprehensive and ensures that our community members receive their due process through the appeals. The environmental impact is also not a project under SECA guidelines, and because there is no current, my apologies, there is no fiscal impact projected, as this is simply a change in the wording to the VMC to reflect current state law. Alternatives are that the council could opt not to update this chapter. However, doing so leaves the VMC referencing outdated vehicle code sections, and this falls into the same strategic goal of number 1, ensuring public safety, and initiative 1A, managing the changing paradigm for police. The recommendation by simple motion to introduce the subject ordinance and waive reading of the title for Government Code Section 36934.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. A long time. I don't see any questions. I'm going to go ahead and open up to the public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Stockton.
A motion that we approve and then.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you very much for the presentation, and yes, we will take a break. We'll stand in recess. All right, we're going to go ahead and resume the council meeting. We are moving on to, I believe we're now at item 8A, business. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first business item before you tonight is a two-part item. First part is an update and a resolution on our mid-year budget adjustments and augmentations. Second part is, as promised, an update on the fire fleet study that we've talked about at prior council meetings. So with that, we have our budget team here to present to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. John Collette, your budget manager, to start the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, tonight we will be presenting an update of how the general fund is tracking through mid-year. Starting with our general fund revenues, this slide shows the revenue estimates during budget adoption back in June, if council recalls, and our updated projections for the current fiscal year based off what we're seeing through mid-year, as well as an updated sales tax estimate from our consultant, HDL. In previous years, or prior to fiscal year 23-24, we typically came into these mid-year budget updates with positive news about revenues due to our conservative nature with the forecast. But starting last fiscal year, or fiscal year 24, and continuing into the current fiscal year, we haven't seen that bump in the revenues that we are typically used to seeing. While we have seen positive and negatives in different revenue categories, the most significant factor for the lower revision that you can see on the screen here on the chart is due to sales tax and Measure M coming in lower than anticipated. We'll go over the revenue categories in more detail a little bit later in the presentation, but just to highlight a few of the revised projections on this page, we'll start with property taxes. We're projected to come in at 1.7 million higher than our initial projection, or 4.2% higher. Initially, HDL estimated a 4% increase in property taxes for regular property taxes for fiscal year 25, and we're now seeing a projected estimate of a 6.2% increase year over year in property tax. For the sales tax category, we're seeing a 1 million projected revenue deficit, or 3.7%, and then in Measure M, we're also seeing a 1 million deficit, or 4.7%. The sales tax and Measure M category were the two main categories where our revised projections at mid-year would typically outpace our budget projections. And this will be the second consecutive year where we are not only getting that bump in the revenues that we would typically see, but our sales tax revenues are coming in lower than anticipated. The attributing factors for the decrease we've talked about in the last couple of council sessions were due to higher interest rates, economic uncertainty for the consumer, or that consumer wall of worry, as well as weak consumer confidence. We also talked about in the previous updates about inflation being higher for longer, and that is still lingering. In other taxes, revenue estimate has increased by 2.2%, or 600,000. And then in department charges and fees, the revenue there is flat from the original estimate, or slightly lower by about 0.25 percentage point. In the other revenues category, we're seeing a projected deficit of 4%, or 500,000. There are positive and negatives within this category. The first positive is the PPG-EMT, or Public Provider Ground Emergency Medical Transportation. These are reimbursements related to Medi-Cal ambulance transports. This is the city's second full year in the program. We originally estimated about 500,000 in revenue, and we are now anticipating about $1 million in revenue for that program. And then the second positive is general fund building permits related revenues. They were at 500,000 through mid-year. Last fiscal year, that was the full amount we collected for the full year. So building permit related revenues are up significantly from last fiscal year. And then the third impact, which is negative in the category, is related to CFD revenues for the fire services in the Lagoon Valley project area. The full amount of that revenue that we were anticipating in fiscal year 25 was 1.7 million. The way the contractual agreement is written, we don't receive that CFD revenue until the 200th permit is pulled at Lagoon Valley. We're not going to meet that 200 permit threshold in fiscal year 25. And so while the Station 76 is operational and fully staffed, as of November 2024. The revenue from the CFD to offset the expenses will have to be covered or borne by the general fund. We now anticipate that the 200 permit threshold to be met in fiscal year 26. Overall, our revised projection for the general fund revenues is to finish below by $424,000 or 0.3%. This slide shows the general fund expenditure budget for the year separated into salary and benefits and services and supplies and how they're tracking through mid-year. Salaries and benefits is on the chart to the left there. They're tracking at 47% expended through mid-year, which is in line with fiscal year 24. And then on the services and supplies side, we're at 60% committed through mid-year. It's important to note that that 60% committed amount includes encumbered amounts for contracts entered into during the first half of the fiscal year for services or goods that are to be provided sometime at some point later in the fiscal year. The actual services and supplies came in at 39%. This is money that's actually left the bank. And this is in line as well with where we were at last fiscal year. Overall, general fund expenditures for the fiscal year, that's salary and benefits and services and supplies combined, the city was at 45%. Last fiscal year, we were at 45.5%, so we're slightly lower than where we were last fiscal year. This part of the presentation will focus on revenue trends through mid-year. That's again, July 1st, 2024 through December 31st of 2024. And these trends are based on actual data or actual revenues that we've received in the first 6 months of the fiscal year. Starting with property taxes account for 28% of the city's general fund revenue, making it the largest source of general fund revenue. Through the second quarter, we've received $18.5 million in revenue, as you can see from the chart on the right. It's 11.5% increase over last fiscal year, or $1.9 million. One of the significant or notable factors here for the growth we're seeing is the rise in industrial or non-residential property values due to the construction of the Midway Commerce Center. So we're now seeing the impacts of the development there in those property values. The second positive we've seen is the supplemental property tax payment that we receive in December. The city receives property tax installments twice a year, in December and in April, and then a true-up payment in June. So for the supplemental property tax, this is related to the buying and selling of a home. Once that home has been purchased, it is reassessed by the county at the new fair market value, and the city receives a prorated tax payment based on the new assessed value of the home. So that supplemental payment came in higher than we initially projected. Property tax category not only includes regular property taxes, but it includes VLF or vehicle licensing fees and the residual balance in pass-through payments. All the revenue categories within property taxes has seen a slight increase for fiscal year 25. Sales tax is the second largest source of the city's general fund revenue, accounting for approximately 20%, and Measure M accounts for 16%, for a total of 36%. Through December, we've received $25.4 million in sales tax revenue, as you can see on the green line on the chart. Last fiscal year, we were at $25.9 million. This is a $500,000 decrease, or 1.8%. Breaking out sales tax and Measure M, just below, sales tax is that blue column. We've received $14 million through fiscal year 25. Last fiscal year, we were at $14.5 million, so that's a $500,000 decrease, or 3.5%, just for sales tax. And then that yellow column, or golden column, that's Measure M. We were at $11.4 million for fiscal year 25, which is flat from last fiscal year. Some of the key categories that HDL is projecting to be lower year over year, those changes are in general consumer goods by about 1.9%, autos and transportation just under 1%, and buildings and construction 1.8% decrease. Also, we would like to ensure council that the decrease in sales tax and Measure M revenue that we've seen starting last fiscal year and fiscal year 24 and continuing into the current fiscal year is not just a City of Vacaville issue. Based on statewide sales tax data from July through September 2024, only 6 of California's 58 counties reported positive sales tax figures and those ones with positive results were from rural areas. Ending on a positive note, although it's modest growth, HDL is estimating that next fiscal year 26, we will see positive growth in sales tax overall of upwards of 3%. Other taxes besides property taxes, sales tax, and Measure M taxes account for approximately 18% of the city's general fund revenues. Through second quarter, we were at 12.6 million, as you can see on the chart. Last fiscal year, we were at 11.3 million, which is a 1.3 million increase, or about 11.5% to the positive. The majority of the increase in revenue is due to revenues received that were one-time in nature. And as we can see under the notable impacts, that would be the real property transfer tax, which was up about 160%. And this is due to the sale of Genentech Manufacturing to Lonza. So that's a one-time revenue for fiscal year 25. And then the second is the transient occupancy tax, or TOT, which is related to a tax based on local hotel stays. That category was up 25. And we received payment from one of our hotel operators that hadn't paid for a number of years. So again, that was a one-time payment that we received in the first half of the fiscal year. Department charges and fees, this is the last category that we'll look at this evening. The department charges and fees revenue category accounts for 9% of the city's general fund revenues. Through December, we were at 6.4 million. Last fiscal year, we were also at 6.4 million, so relatively flat. The significant impacts within the department charges and fees are, as previous budget updates, is going to be Parks and Recreation and the fire department's ambulance revenues. For Parks and Recreation, we saw a decrease of just over 2% in their revenues, but we expect that to correct in the second half of the fiscal year. And then for ambulance revenue, we did see that decrease of 5%, but we also expect this to pick up in the second half of the fiscal year. There was a one-time, a large write-off in December related to some ambulance charges. Overall, the department charges and fees are estimated to be in line or slightly lower than the original estimate at the beginning of fiscal year 25. That concludes mid-year revenue trends and updates. And from here, I will pass it over to the Public Works Director, Brian McLean, for the fire department's fleet update.
Good evening.
Vice Mayor and City Council. As you recall, back in September of last year, we did a presentation for council related to the status of the city's fire fleet. Council directed staff after that meeting to look at various stopgap measures and options because of the long delivery timeframes and the funding shortfall. Commencing after that meeting, I put together a fire fleet subcommittee made up of members of the fire department, as well as our fleet section and individuals pertinent to the discussion to help further these questions and provide some answers to the city council. We investigated a wide range of topics, looking to be able to, one, cut costs, provide the units that the fire department needs, but also look at speeding along the delivery timeframes because of such a lengthy timeframes. John, can you depend? There were three major tasks that council was really looking for answers on. The first task was to investigate the potential to procure a used Type 1 fire engine. The fire department themselves, they picked up this particular task and led this. And thankfully, they discovered that there is actually a very robust used apparatus market out there. They identified through various looking at our specifications in our current apparatus, our Type 1 apparatus equipment. They identified those specifications and what would we need in a used Type 1 fire engine to be able to provide that stopgap. They discovered that somewhere around the 2016 model year, somewhere around that model year or a little bit newer, that would provide the necessary gap measure to the Type 1 fire engine, which is number 745 that we ordered back in July of last year. So a 2016 or thereabouts would be very beneficial in being able to keep the department operating at highest peak efficiency while also knowing that there is a brand-new Type 1 fire engine that is 3 years out with our order coming in last July. So the recommendation from the subcommittee on this one was to procure a Type 1, a used Type 1 fire engine, not to exceed $500,000. And that seems to be about the sweet spot of being able to acquire that kind of piece of equipment. The next task was task number 2, and this one was a very interesting one, investigating the reboxing of our ambulances. Currently, our ambulances cost about $400,000 new. That's per unit. They come with beyond the price tag, they come with a delivery time frame of 24 to 36 months. So it's quite a long delivery turnaround. The reboxing process is pretty simple. It removes the cabin chassis, takes the box, so the actual box, as you can see in the graphic on the screen there, where the life-saving work is done by our paramedics. That box comes off of the cabin chassis. The box is essentially made like new, so it's the vendor goes through it, and from everything from switches up and down, the whole thing, it's restored to a like new condition. And then it's married up again with a brand new cabin chassis, brand new radio, med vault, secure key, and what was the last thing? Oh, the Firecom headset is installed. We can get that entire package for $300,000. And the kicker is with a reboxing, we can have that done in approximately 90 days. So not only does the city save approximately $100,000 per unit, but we shrink the time frame from years to days in terms of turnaround time. So the subcommittee's recommendation on task number 2 was to procure on the next 2 ambulances, which would be 774 and 784, to go through the reboxing process and rebox those 2 ambulances, save the city the dollars, but also be able to return those units back to service quicker. Task number 3, this is the one that the fire chief and I threw in because we were going through this process of really doing a research as to what's going on out there in the marketplace, what are we buying, how does that compare to other municipalities, is there any cost savings to be had? We decided to look at a broader aspect of what's Type 1 engines look like beyond what we're purchasing right now. Currently, the city's fleet, fire apparatus fleet, is Pierce Manufacturing. Pierce is the vendor, the manufacturer. Our current spec for a Type 1 engine is approximately $1.264 million per unit, and it comes with a 4-year delivery time frame. We investigated the Type 1 marketplace. I have a folder in my office that's probably 5 inches thick with specs from all the major manufacturers across the United States. That research really was eye-opening to all of us. Across all of those manufacturers, including Pierce, we're seeing a range of Type 1 engines anywhere from the upper $900,000 range all the way up to $1.4 million per unit, and they all come with multiple year delivery timeframes. Part of that research, we discovered that Pierce has a program called the Build My Pierce, the BMP program. And within that program, there's, I think, a bright light. The BMP offers a well-optioned Type 1 engine at a more standardized Type 1 spec. So we're able to get fairly well-optioned Type 1 from Pierce, which is the manufacturer that the fire department prefers, and being able to do a couple things. One, the cost comes down. It's about $1 million a unit. And the delivery time frame comes down from 48 months down to 36. So we save some cash, and we also expedite the delivery time frame on it. So on this particular task, the subcommittee's recommendation was to procure the next 2 Type 1 engines using the BMP program. That saves $264,000 per unit and shaves an entire year off the delivery time frame of those Type 1 engines. That concludes my presentation, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand it to our Finance Director, Ken Matsumiya, and he'll talk to you about the financing options associated with this package.
Did you have a question for?
Yeah, thank you for the your portion so far of the presentation. I had a couple questions. What are the options that are being left out with this more affordable, quicker to get?
One of the big ones is an auxiliary pump. And the fire department, so from Pierce, we got a breakdown, a very specific and detailed breakdown of our specification compared to the BMP program. The fire department has gone through and taken a look at that. Public Works was very open and transparent, providing those that information from the vendors to the fire department to go through and peruse. Based on conversations with the fire chief and the deputy fire chief, they're both ready and willing to go and think the first 2 units that coming up for the type 1 replacement should go through the BMP program.
And is the recommendation from you or from chief, I don't know who would answer it, moving forward, is this just a stopgap for right now, or moving forward, is this going to be the new normal for that? Because I just want to know what impact that would have on operations to not have some of the options. I recognize that we need something right now, which I appreciate what you've done. So, but I would like to know moving forward, what's the plan with this option versus what we normally order?
I can answer that, but I'm going to let the chief step in.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Brian had mentioned, the auxiliary pump is the one big thing. Kind of an analogy to this as far as the Build My Pierce versus our spec fire engine is buying a car off of a lot versus special ordering one. And so the biggest thing for us, and the reason that we're going to go with Build My Pierce, at least for the next engine, is because of that shorter delivery times. It fixes one of our problems. Is it gets us a fire engine in 3 years instead of 4 years. So that's the biggest reason why we're allowing that. However, as Brian had mentioned, there's an issue with not having an auxiliary pump, and it's not available on the Build My Pierce. So I think in talking to the operations chief, we can do without one to fix that problem of getting an engine quicker, but we can't continue to do that as the new normal, if you will. We're going to have to go back to our original spec.
So if we weren't deficit spending and if we weren't so short on units that are maintaining their operational capabilities and not going down, would it be better to have the other option?
The preference would obviously be to continue to go with our spec. That means everything is consistent. But like I said, the Build My Pierce fixes. It's not even so much about the money savings as much as it is that compressed time frame, being able to get an engine here quicker.
And then I don't know if you want to answer this or who wants to answer it, but the used engine is about $500,000, correct? And what is the cost savings on that compared to the buying, maybe moving up a unit, purchasing an engine a year sooner? I know that there's a wait time difference. You hit that on the head, but what is the cost savings as well for that?
Great question. So the used unit, again, we looked at across the country. There are actually third-party dealers out there that are collecting this information, just like in the used car market. And then there are dealers out there who are putting these apparatus out for sale. That said, the fire department looked at a wide array of options. The $500,000 takes into account that what we're seeing is somewhere around the $395,000, $400,000. But by the time you put in the tax on the unit, on the used unit, and then get it shipped here, they come up to that, close to that $500,000 mark. A new unit, of course, is on Build My Pierce. It's, as the chief said, it's 3 years out. I mean, that's shorter than the 48 months in a 4-year. And it's half the cost of being able to get a unit here. It's time. Time is the piece that is the irreconcilable milestone that we've got to get through right now. We need to be able to keep the operational capacity of the fire department high, and be able to do that is to be able to quickly be able to put a unit that is going to meet fire department specs into line as soon as possible, knowing that we have these other units that we've already ordered and that you're going to consider tonight as Ken goes through his presentation. So that we provide that kind of stopgap until the brand new Pierces arrive.
Does the used apparatus come with any sort of bumper-to-bumper warranty or something like that? I mean, what is the plan for that portion?
Yeah, I believe there does, they have a modicum of a warranty period. Just like our used cars, when we take them to the dealer, the apparatus go through from the fire department. They're actually gone through by these third parties and inspected and made sure that they're all whole and in operating order before they even go out to the market. And then it also, as part of the package that not to exceed $500,000, it allows for the cost of our one of our fire representatives, so somebody from the fire department as well as somebody from the garage, from the Public Works Fleet section, to be able to fly out to wherever it is. We most recently have been looking at Missouri. There's been a few in Missouri that we've been looking at, but it allows us to be able to go out there and actually lay hands on it, have our mechanic go through it, and make sure that it's a unit that is going to be suitable for the purpose that we're looking at.
And will this used unit have the external pump option or?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll proceed.
So the final task related to the fire fleet update was related to financing. And so the last task here, as it mentions on the screen, was to pursue financing for all of the other remaining apparatus that were identified in the fleet study. And so there were 8 major apparatus that were identified with the recommended delivery date by 2029. And so those as listed are the 4 ambulances, 2 Type 1 engines, and the 2 Type 5 engines. And so finance's task was to find basically financing to make sure that these apparatus could be ordered, within basically after the financing is approved, and again next year, so that we can take delivery of those engines and then also have that reboxing for the ambulances done within kind of the recommended time frame. Additionally, in addition to the major apparatus, there were also 9 additional vehicles that were identified in the fleet study, and so these would be like support pickup trucks, SUVs for the command staff, and so these vehicles as well. So in total, you're looking at 17 kind of new vehicles that would be part of this financing. The goal with financing, especially given our deficit spending, is that to follow the fleet study recommendations and those delivery dates, but at the same time stay within our current annual vehicle funding limit. And so when this item was discussed, I think it was back in September or October, we had talked about with vehicle replacement, there's $2.3 million that comes from the general fund. So about $700,000 annually that goes towards the fire fleet. And so with the financing, one of the goals with that was to make sure that we stay within that $700,000 limit, especially over the next several years where we anticipate our funding to be tight. And so we did reach out to 5 potential lenders, and we have heard back from all of them. We have selected one that we're still kind of working the negotiations of that agreement and finalizing that, and that's why you don't have that item in front of you tonight. But at the next council meeting, there will be an item in front of council to approve the master lease agreement to finance those vehicles identified. And with that, I'll pass it on to our assistant director to talk about the next section.
Good evening. Thank you. Tonight, I'll be going over the proposed budget augmentations at mid-year. The first augmentation we have here is for the excess jail access booking fee charged by the county each year. Local agencies are charged this fee when they exceed their 3-year average of number of non-felony bookings. Due to temporary law changes from COVID-19, the city did not receive the jail access booking fee bills between fiscal years 19 and 23. However, we did begin to receive the bill again in fiscal year 24 at the end of the fiscal year and after we concluded the fiscal year 25 budget process. Now that we have triggered the 3-year average threshold for bookings, the police department is working closely with the sheriff's office to obtain billable arrest data quarterly in order to project this annual expense going forward. Based off of the current 3-year average, they're looking at a total of $303,000 for the current fiscal year, which is why we're requesting a budget augmentation. However, an offset that we recently received through the city's November 24 election billing from the county, which was approximately $160,000 less than we budgeted. This is a one-time savings that can be applied to this expense in the current fiscal year. That is the reason why the augmentation is only $143,000 tonight for this one. The next item we have is for public safety wellness. And this is a $75,000 ongoing budget augmentation for the city's public safety wellness program administered by Human Resources Department. Over the past few years, with several budget augmentations, the city has prioritized mental health services for police and fire safety employees along with their spouses and significant others. To cover the anticipated expenses for the remainder of the current year and in future budgets, an additional $75,000 of ongoing funding is needed to bring the total program cost to about $208,000. This augmentation will be funded out of the general fund and included in future operating budgets. The third item tonight is for $91,130, and this is the remaining unreimbursed FEMA grant pandemic-related expenses such as the cost of additional janitorial supplies, cleaning, general cleaning supplies, and safety supplies. While a significant portion of the COVID expenses were reimbursed through grants, these did not qualify for their reimbursement, and thus, as we conclude the reimbursement process, the general fund will need to cover these expenses. The last two items on here are for council's consideration tonight are related to Lagoon Valley. As mentioned in previous budget updates, augmentations would be likely as we transition Lagoon Valley to operation or to opening, which has a significant progress since our last budget update with recent homeowner occupancy and staffing of Fire Station 76. We have now been able to finalize those budget augmentations for the remainder of the current year, which I will go over. The first is related to the CFD revenue shortfall, which John mentioned earlier tonight in our presentation. With fire service fees not being adequate to cover service costs in the current year, during the budget process, we estimated $2 million budgeted for the Lagoon Valley staffing costs. It was also anticipated that we would receive $1.7 million in the CFDs to cover this. There was already a shortfall created with that of about $307,000, which we did include with the budget as far for a general fund transfer to cover this. Now that mid-year is here and we've been able to revise our projections with the hiring of the staff at Station 76 in November, the projected staffing costs are revised down from $2 million to $1.2 million. However, since we have not met the 200 permit threshold, we will not be generating the $1.7 million in funding either. This means for the current fiscal year, the general fund will have to pick up the entire staffing costs of approximately $1.2 million. Furthermore, since we already included the $307 in the budget, the net difference is what we have here tonight, which is the $897,000. The last item for council's consideration is both one-time and ongoing costs with the opening and operating of the new fire station. For ongoing costs, the remainder of the current fiscal year, we're currently anticipating approximately $72,000. This covers indirect costs, electricity, fuel, water, telephone, pest services, software, and minimal general supplies. In addition, we are anticipating these costs to ramp up over the next few years with approximately $177,000 in fiscal year 26, and then the full anticipated cost of about $225,000 in fiscal year 27. In addition to ongoing costs, we do have additional one-time costs as well for the current year of approximately $162,000. This cost covers costs associated with outfitting the 2 new engines that will service Lagoon Valley with basic and advanced suppression and medical tools. In addition, supplies needed for the facility, such as radios, consolettes, accessories, phones, computers, and other small tools. Instead of budget augmentation in the current fiscal year for these two items, the one-time and the ongoing cost. The fire department has identified one-time budget savings in the current fiscal year related to the fire academy as well as the fire apprentice program to cover these costs in the current fiscal year. Next. So this slide summarizes the total net impact of tonight's budget augmentations. The total augmentation request is just shy of $1.2 million, and this will be coming from the general fund. As a note, what I just said regarding the Lagoon Valley, the one-time and the ongoing, the 234 is less than the 1.4 on the previous slide, and that's because we're asking to reallocate those funds that have already been dedicated towards that. Next, I will pass over to Ken, and he will go over the 5-year forecast.
Thanks, Leslie. So the next 3 slides are going to go over our 5-year forecast for the general fund, go kind of building in all the different things that were talked about earlier. So the budget augmentation, sort of the data for what we've seen so far through mid-year. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, for the general fund and Medram, our biggest revenue sources by far are sales tax and property tax, make up over 60% of the total general fund revenues. And for sales tax, with our forecast, what we've built in here is that, as John had mentioned earlier, if you compare our current forecast this year or tonight compared to the one that we did for Q1, our sales tax revenues that's been revised down by $2 million or 4%. And that isn't unique to Vacaville. This is really a result of a lot of stuff you hear nationally related to inflation, kind of consumer confidence, and based off of the data that we've seen and HGL's seen even statewide so far this year and even going back to last year, 3-4 years ago, whenever we had these updates, sales tax revenues typically were above projections. That's just not the case anymore. You are seeing it where it's revised down each time, and tonight is no exception. So you'll see that built in the forecast. We do anticipate annual growth kind of going into the new calendar year, but it is modest, and so we're building in a growth of 3%. This is a lot less than what we saw during the COVID years where we were seeing double-digit increases. And again, like a lot of that growth we were seeing during COVID had to do with the fact that we were bringing in online sales tax due to the Wayfair law, which was new. Additionally, there was the federal stimulus money, and a lot of that was coming through the system. You saw a lot of sales tax revenue because of that. And for property tax, unlike sales tax, the property tax number has been revised up. And so compared to last fiscal year, that number is, we're projecting growth in the current year to be up about 6%. And so this is higher than the 2% that we were projecting going into the year. As John had mentioned earlier, a lot of that has to do with, so with property tax, there is a lag there where it's based off of values as of January of the prior year. So this is based off of January 2024 numbers. A lot of our property tax growth is due to kind of non-residential. And so the Midway Commerce building was mentioned as one of the big kind of positive factors here. There is upside with property tax. And so with property tax, a lot of the building, in this current fiscal year through the first half of the year, we've seen really good building permit activity. That's eventually going to lead to property tax growth in the future. There was the Lonza acquisition of Genentech. There was a number thrown out there kind of in the news, the $1.2 billion. The assessor's office is going to obviously evaluate that. That will eventually be built into our property tax base. That's not built into this forecast because we're not sure what that number is going to be until the assessor actually goes in there. And so for what we have built in the forecast right now for the property tax assumption is that it's 4% annual growth in the outside years, but there is upside here with sort of the building permit activity, Lagoon Valley and Lonza. As mentioned with Lagoon Valley funding, one of the budget augmentations is because with our assumptions, we assume that, with Lagoon Valley, there would be 200 permits pulled at this point in time, triggering that fire services CFD. That did not come to fruition so far, and we don't anticipate that happening for the rest of the fiscal year, and that's why there's an augmentation related to that. In the forecast, we are expecting that, that development does get to 200 permits by next fiscal year, and so we are kind of planning for that CFD, and that revenue is built in to the forecast. If 200 permits aren't pulled, and we're in the same boat that we're in this year, where there is going to have to be another augmentation request because there is staffing out there. The CFD is supposed to fund that, and that doesn't get triggered essentially until those 200 permits are pulled. And so overall for the general fund, there's kind of a mix of positive and negative where the property tax is, better than expected, the sales tax is worse than expected. And so overall for the general fund, we're expecting revenues for the current year to finish, around 1% higher than last year, and then kind of more moderate growth, 3 to 4% in the outside years. On the expenditure side, in the forecast you're about to see, this includes the approved MOUs from earlier this fiscal year. It includes the budget augmentations that were discussed by Leslie a little bit earlier. And then also, kind of going into the year, there was that $8.4 million in Measure M funding that was kind of taken from kind of projects that weren't progressing, that were kind of built into kind of the Measure M plan back when it first started. That funding was kind of reallocated during the course of this year to the Lagunitas detention base and Dolores Park. And so it basically is like a net zero. There was $8.4 million in the reserve. That $8.4 million has now been committed out. So that's, you're not going to see that as part of the numbers as well. We are in the beginning of budget adoption for 25-26, and so as we get further in that process, this forecast will update, based off once we have once we get further along in our budget adoption process. And then just some other key points here for our current unfunded liability. That's kind of tells us, the actuary tells us the amount that we need to fund in the upcoming years and kind of over the next 5 years, especially for pension and then for retiree medical. That presentation is going to be coming to council on March 11th. That's when we'll be presenting those results in more detail. But we do have that information. It is already built in this current forecast. Next slide. So this following chart is our projected revenues and expenses. The lines going across the chart are our revenues, and then the columns represent expenses. The key kind of information I would look at is basically the gold line going across, and then the columns in total. And so in an ideal situation, what you want to see is that gold line going across is right at the top or slightly above your columns, meaning that you're bringing in more revenues or ongoing revenues than your ongoing expenses. As we've kind of talked about in prior updates, that is not the case currently, where we are currently deficit spending. Although we had a bit of a surplus last fiscal year, we are projecting deficit spending in this current fiscal year, and then kind of as you see over the course of the next 5 years, although that shrinks kind of over time. And so on average, what we're assuming is about a $9.5 million gap on average, or 6% gap between our revenues and expenses, meaning that in order to close that gap, revenues need to come up by 6%, expenses need to come down by 6%, or some sort of combination. But that's kind of the average gap over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. And then this slide right here is related to our reserves. And so for the general fund, the city has a policy of maintaining a reserve of 16 to 25%. That equates to basically a 2 to 3 month reserve. The way that you would read the table on the right is that if you take the reserve in the first 2 rows, that is, if you just factored in the ongoing revenues and expenses, our reserve at the end of kind of next fiscal year will be 17%. And so pretty much, slightly above our bottom level of reserve by the end of next fiscal year. We assume that there's probably going to be a level of new projects. That's what the CIP row is. And so we've kind of built in where there's a $2.5 million amount for new projects. And so if we were to do or put that amount of funding into the budget in the upcoming years, then that brings the reserve down. That's what the bottom 2 rows represent. And so at the end of next fiscal year, instead of having a reserve of 17%, that would drop down to 13%. You see how that goes over time. I do want to point out that this, this forecast, it's based off of, kind of an assumption that if the city were not to do anything at all, despite us being in a deficit spending or assuming that, this is how that would play out. Like in reality, cities would make corrections. I'll discuss on the next slide, there would be a recommendation not to stand pat and not do anything, but that's, I think, an important kind of point to mention is that the numbers do get very ugly at the very end, but this is with the assumption that the city's not doing anything at all and just kind of standing pat. Next slide, please. And so that kind of comes up to kind of how do we fill this deficit gap? Going into this fiscal year, back when we were adopting the budget, we were anticipating deficit spending, but the fact that the city had a substantial reserve, of over 40%, well above our policy level going into the fiscal year, the recommendation was to kind of monitor the situation, not take any sort of measures related to cost savings going into this fiscal year. And if we were projecting for the upcoming year for the deficit spending to continue, that we address it in this next year's budget, so 25-26. The current budget gap that we're projecting, even before doing any new projects, is $11.5 million for the upcoming fiscal year. Our recommendation, and not for this evening, but as part of the 25-26 budget, is really to look at cost-saving measures and potential revenue opportunities or ways to have cost recovery. And so our budget study sessions for the 25-26 budget that occurs, as council is aware, in May and June, we want to make sure that we're planning well before then. And so some of the cost-saving measures that we're talking about internally and kind of having the departments look into are things such as department savings of 2.5%. On the service and supplies budget, not building in kind of this automatic inflator towards that, potentially reducing measure and pilot programs. This is not like an all-in list or a list of recommendations for this evening, but sort of some of the things that we'll be kind of bringing up as a menu of options for council consideration. And on the revenue side, you have the utility rate study, which is going to be discussed this evening, looking at our service and rental fees. And so although we apply CPI to that, really having a study done to see, are we truly recovering all of our costs related to providing service? And then the DIF update has to do with development and just making sure that there's adequate fees for infrastructure that are being collected to eventually build the infrastructure that's required for development. And so this is just a preview of that. We will have a lot more detailed discussion on this at the March 28th meeting. Next slide, please. So for tonight's recommendation, there are two. The first is to adopt the resolution for the budget adjustment to the 24-25 fiscal year operating budget in the amount of $1,188,130 and the reallocation of the $234,000. And the second is authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute a contract to purchase the used fire engine. Next slide, please. With that, we'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. That's a lot to digest, right? Glad that you and the team take the time to do so, right? It provides a lot of faith and confidence decision making. The 3%, I realize how there's ridiculous. It's been adjusted from last year to this year, and you look at the trends, they're pretty flat. Obviously, some of that is based on the overall impact of costs, interest rates. I think inflation has really squeezed a lot of the market. What is, I think you mentioned, John, the 3% increase that's projected. What's the basis for that? So if they're making the recommendation saying, well, what we see next year is a 3% increase, do you have any information as to their reason when they said that?
Yeah, so for a lot of, despite the negative related to sales tax, one of the positives, if you will, is that there has been kind of substantial kind of growth in salary that you've seen. And so that is where there is kind of hope, if you will, or an assumption that, things won't stay negative forever, that there is kind of personal income growth that we've seen over kind of recent times. Additionally, the other part of the growth is that we've had essentially almost, this is at a statewide level, almost 2 years of negative growth. And so you're not going to see that project forever. Like eventually when you're doing these year-over-year comparisons, there's going to be positive there. And so that's another reason for that growth that you're seeing.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, the Lagoon Valley project, so just to clarify, help me understand there, because I have a certain group that always talks about that to me. So that one, we expected to have about 800 come in, but it's not going to come in. The 200 units are built. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the way that the agreement for the Lagoon Valley CFD related fire services was written, it was $1 million back in 2004, kind of escalated by CPI. But the trigger to that is that 200 permits need to be pulled in order to trigger kind of that CFD starting for that amount. And so our estimate based off of the CPI increase, because we track that, was that we would be bringing in $1.7 million specifically for fire services this year, that would already start. But since 200 permits haven't been pulled, we haven't received that level of revenue because that mark hasn't been hit yet. And so next year, I think there's like 60 plus permits that have been pulled kind of so far this year. We're anticipating that by next year, we're assuming that that's going to be, they'll hit the 200 permit mark next fiscal year. Therefore, the entire amount of the CFD, 1.7 escalated, whatever, by CPI for next year, that we'll get that amount. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, the comment that comes up that developments don't pay for themselves, is has always been something that constantly comes up with any plan for expansion and whatnot. So in this case, when thank you for clarifying because we had to increase an unexpected amount to support the fire services for that spot, including I believe fire academy costs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that your explanation helps about why we're looking at supporting that funding now and where we're coming in the future. My other question would be related to how does it might be more of the inclusionary zoning component. So if we want to save it for that, it's fine. But I'm just curious to see if anybody knows or has any data to show if there's more. So usually like housing costs in themselves, like they're set for a certain price point. So if people can only afford $700,000-800,000 home, that's what only those folks will be able to purchase it. But if there's different price points that are more attainable for different income levels, would that in itself, would it be advantageous for our city to have more of a diverse home ownership pool, if you will, of units? And how would that, is that something that we look at to see how that can help support our budget?
I think that will be for the next
Let's
item.
just save
Sure,
that. for
that's
the
fine,
next-
yeah.
It's a good question, but I think it'll be, falls right in line with things.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
You. If you could go to slide 12 that had the chart about the ongoing and the one-time funds. So I just had a question about the jail booking fees because that shows no ongoing account, but just a one-time fee. And so is it my understanding that for this augmentation, there's no ongoing amount, but we do have in our budget jail booking fees as usual? I mean, we will pay them every year, but we just got this unexpected bill this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a one-time, just because we have the amount right now. As we get to quarter three, we'll have a better idea, and we'll include that in the fiscal year 26 budget. As long as we're over our 3-year average, we have to pay for it. And so we'll probably at least get that over the next 2 years. So it'll be included in the budget process then. And then once we fall below that average, we won't have to pay. It's an excess jail booking fee that we have to pay.
But when was the 3-year average taken if we weren't billed for the last 4 years?
Due to some of the law changes with the pandemic, we weren't taking as many, or we weren't booking as many people, so our average fell below.
So that's the average that we're going with, that low average?
So we're butting up against that average. So each year, the 3-year average changes. And so I think I have the number if you want real quick.
All right. So once we pay this amount, then we'll be back on not paying such a huge amount, but it'll just be a regular amount each time.
Yeah, depending on how our 3-year average tracks.
All right.
It does seem confusing, but it is based upon the 3-year fluctuation. And it's normally in the budget. It's just that when it exceeds that, because if you dip by year 3, then all of a sudden you're going to see a bill. I think that's what happened.
And then the same sort of question for the COVID reimbursement. So those funds have already been expended, but they were charged as something else. Now we're realizing we didn't get reimbursed, so we're having to augment this budget. But that really won't appear in future budgets as well, will it, or will it?
Yeah, no, as we're concluding the reimbursement process, it takes a while with FEMA to go through that. And so they have come up now with the 91,000, and this should be it. And this closes out everything for COVID. So this won't be ongoing.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Silva, you have any?
Yeah, one follow-up question related, and thank you, Councilmember Stockton, for the questions that you asked. Kind of a spin-off off of that, and I think maybe I've joked, but not really joked. I'm curious to see what would it take for us to manufacture our own, to start our own manufacturing establishment here for EMS vehicles. So, and what I mean by that is not something that's government ran, but maybe there's some type of business that in itself we can establish here. So if the way I see it, like if there's a huge market for it, there's a huge gap that needs to be filled nationwide. And I'm curious to see if with our advanced manufacturing approach, if there's something that, what would it take for something like that to where we make emergency vehicles in Vacaville?
Nothing like being creative. So,
For two.
well, with that, I was going to open up to the public for comments. We move forward, unless you wanted to share.
It's an interesting thought and one that I've also pitched to our economic development department. But for some reasons, they're just, I think there's 2 or 3 in the country, and they all seem to be located Midwest for whatever reason. And I think that, that can, a lot of varying factors that contribute to that particular point of origin. But that's not to say that we can't ask and continue to reach out and try to entice manufacturers of any type to come to our community to take advantage of what we have to offer. But there's a lot of other variables that kind of prohibit them from doing that right now. But we'll still keep knocking on doors.
I'm going to go ahead and open this up to the public for public comment.
Good evening. I'm still not 100% clear on the Lagoon Valley, um, the levy that would fund. I'm assuming you're talking about fire infrastructure, not talking about the service CFD. Because I know there's a service CFD, but the fire, like you're talking about, are you talking about the cost to build the fire station? Or are you also talking about the staffing? I wasn't clear because those, to me, you have to distinguish the two. Because the CFD is for services, that's not for infrastructure. So if you're gonna pay for the fire station, I'm just curious, did you look at other ways to fund this kind of gap while you wait until the levy can take place at the 200th permit? So could you borrow from development impact fees to kind of bridge this time instead of taking it from the general fund reserve? Um, is it, and the other thing that I'm not clear is if you wait till the 200th permit, I mean, are you going to retroactively levy? So like there's homes right now. So are they not paying the levy right now? Are they going to get a double levy next year? They'll get a levy in 2025, a levy for 2026, because that could be pretty shocking. I actually went to Lagoon Valley and I took a picture of the part of the disclosure statement, the tax assessment disclosure statement that's going to consumers buying those homes. I think if I remember, it was around 2,800 just for the service CFD. Then I think it was a little over 5,500 for the CFD that I think is going to pay the bonds, which haven't been issued. So there's 93 million, up to 93 million in CFD bonds that are going to be issued. Those bonds were supposed to pay for water, sewer, and other things. And if you guys can remind me, did those bonds, are they supposed to pay for part of the fire station? And then just, Councilmember Silva, your comment about are developments paying for themselves? It doesn't seem so. I think the city needs to kind of, when we enter into development agreements, and I know this one's old, so I'm not blaming it on anybody here, but we need to avoid these kind of gaps where we have to dip into reserves or some other extraordinary funding mechanism to build, to wait for a levy. And, if Lagoon Valley is not paying for itself, despite all the additional levies that they'll have that exceed anybody else in the city, there's not that many people there. Why don't you go to the voters and see if they'll pay for that fire station? If the developers aren't going to pay for it because they can't, because it's prohibited from this agreement that was entered into many, many years ago, maybe you tax them. I mean, these people that buy there, they should know, buyer beware. They're going to be paying already additional taxes. And if those homeowners can't pay, what it costs to run a fire station, then, maybe they should go ahead and levy an additional tax because in my view, their insurance is probably going to get dropped just because of where they're located. Thanks.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to bring this back to the council, and I do appreciate the comprehensive report. I think that there's probably a question or two, or maybe some clarification on why the gap is there. Is it's very complicated. It's not really an issue of are they paying or aren't they. It's a structured agreement. But if you could help the public understand, how that CFD is there and why the general fund is being used to shore up that gap, and were other fund sources considered?
Yeah, so there were several questions there. I'll take the first one. So it's not related to the the fire station. Like there is going to be an infrastructure CFD for Lagoon Valley, and that's an item that prior to the bonds being issued would come back to council, and so you would see the list of what is being financed with that, and so that's different than this gap that we're talking about with the fire services. Fire services is operation. We're not talking about infrastructure at all. We're talking about the money that would come in to help offset the cost of the staffing out there, and so the daily operations. With the homeowners that currently live out there, they do receive a levy for their fire services CFD. The issue is that the amount that needs to be funded by that development is, the $1 million escalated. That trigger doesn't happen until the 200 permit. And so on developed property, or for the homeowners that live out there, they would see an assessment. But the undeveloped property, they're not the owner of that property is not responsible for funding the gap, if you will, until that 200 permit is pulled. What would happen is that once the 200 permit is pulled, the homeowners that currently live out there, they would continue to get their normal, levy. There would be no retroactivity. The rate and method of apportionment kind of drives what you could be charged and what you could be assessed. We wouldn't go back and kind of levy for the shortfall. But what happens is with the 200 permit, once that's pulled, the homeowners that are going to continue to get the same CFD services levy they've been getting, but then the undeveloped property, the owner of that would have to make up for that gap. And so I'm just going to use kind of whole numbers here, but let's say it's $1 million that's owed, and the homeowners out there, they generate $10,000. Well, then that 990,000 gap, I think I used $10,000. Like that gap is going to have to be funded by the undeveloped property, which would be the owner that owns that. But that doesn't happen until the 200 permit is pulled, and that's kind of what's creating the shortfall. As far as why is it funded out of the general fund with public safety, those are services that are primarily funded out of the general fund and Measure M. And so if it was infrastructure related, then you might be talking about DIF. But when we're talking about operations, it's the general fund or Measure M that we're essentially looking at there. I think those were the questions, just because I think I hit on a couple of different things with retroactivity. That's not going to happen. And then with the bonds and what that's going to finance, that's going to be a separate council item that eventually comes forward when we're seeking authorization to have bonds issued.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification, because it can be complicated, and that's why sometimes questions come from the public, and without understanding it, it does help to get a good explanation. Councilmember Stockton.
I just want to confirm that the developers who built out the fire station correct?
Yes, the developer is the one that's building it, and then in all likelihood, they will be including that in the bond issuance.
And I think that to clarify the previous question, the land that is undeveloped, that likely is the developer builder that's carrying that cost once they hit the 200, right? They're building out there now, so the mass majority of all of that will be the developers paying, even after the 200 until it's fully built. So that's all part of the contract. And one of the things I do believe is, I heard that there is, out at the site, there's an explanation of what those fees are, and I do believe that trying to be more transparent, we as a city are also looking to publish so that it is clearly understood. Here's what the cost would be for a general home at a particular price. All right, I don't see any lights on here. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Well, thank you for the presentation, and it is nice to see that staff has worked on the issue of the fire apparatus. It is troubling, I think, I like your idea. It's troubling that things take 4 years to get and they're overpriced. And so there are other conversations that are being had, because cities across the country are feeling and saying the exact same thing. So there might be more conversation and to say, well, this isn't helpful for all of us. So how do we help ourselves and reduce these costs? Maybe it is increased production and something that elected officials, both at the state and federal level, could lean in on. Mr. City Manager, what do we have next?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item is a study session on the discussion of inclusionary housing. I'm going to turn it over to Erin Morris, your Community Development Director with her team, to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Bush. Mayor Carley, members of council, I'm Erin Morris, your Community Development Director. With me this evening is our Associate Planner, Demir Powell, who's our project manager for this initiative. We also have Josh Abrams from the Community Planning Collaborative, who will be doing the bulk of the presentation. And there are those in the audience who are not at this table, including Tamara Colden, our Housing and Community Services Director, Payman Bevan, and others who may contribute, as depending on what kind of questions you have this evening. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh and Demir. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, members of the City Council, and all those in attendance. This item is a study session to discuss the preparation of an inclusionary housing program for the City of Vacaville. For a brief summary of the background context of this item, several city policy documents, such as the housing element and housing strategy, identify a need for affordable housing in the city. Previously, the city's strategy towards facilitating affordable housing development was to utilize city-owned land to attract housing developers to build deed-restricted affordable housing. Federal, state, regional, and local funding sources would also be used to subsidize development costs. However, these strategies are challenging due to limited and competitive funding sources, as well as the limited supply of city-owned land. As such, the city's housing element and housing strategy contain policies calling for the exploration of new strategies to facilitate affordable housing. These include researching and considering the feasibility of an inclusionary housing program, which is a local zoning ordinance or land use policy that requires or encourages housing developers to include a portion of their development to be designated for lower or moderate income households at an affordable rate. In May of 2024, the City Council received a presentation from staff introducing the concept. From then, staff and a consultant team developed a feasibility study to assess if inclusionary housing is a viable strategy to achieve the city's housing goals and needs. The consulting firm, Community Planning Collaborative, was contracted to conduct this feasibility study and also conduct community engagement, which included 4 meetings with the development community. Findings from the study were presented to the Planning Commission in January of this year, and we are here today to present the findings from this feasibility study, input from the Planning Commission and the community, and recommendations for the program in order to receive feedback and direction from City Council. If directed by the council, staff and the consultant team will proceed to develop a draft inclusionary housing ordinance, incorporating all of the input we've received, continue public outreach, and to return to City Council for consideration and a final decision on the program. I will now turn it over to Joshua Abrams of Community Planning Collaborative to present the findings and the recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor Carley and council members. It's nice to be back. Do we want to pull up those slides? I'm Josh Abrams with Community Planning Collaborative. For this work, we partnered with Century Urban. They're urban economists, so they did a lot of the data analysis, and also Gold Farm and Littman, the legal advisors. We do 2 slides. So we'll do real briefly, talk about some of the background, talk about our research and the data that we looked at, talk about the potential for commercial impact fees, the potential for residential inclusionary requirements, and then talk some about next steps. So that'll really be driven by the direction we received from council today. Demir had talked about some of the background, so I won't go into that in too much detail. I'll just call attention to the fact that it's been a fairly long conversation, a couple of years, that the council has been talking about the possibility of doing inclusionary. And I actually think that's really a good thing. As much as there's a temptation sometimes to rush and do a policy, it's actually really good for the market to have a lot of notice and a lot of warning that changes might be happening. So developers can build into their expectations, build into their models that there might be new requirements. So we are, go ahead. A couple of key steps for this part of the project: evaluate the pros and cons of inclusionary, do a market feasibility study, talk with industry and community stakeholders, make initial recommendations, and then allow the council to make a go or no-go decision. And that's where we are today. So really the process started with defining what did we want to study, what were developments that are currently happening or likely to happen here, and then use that to guide and gather data, do a feasibility analysis, and then develop recommendations. And the outreach happened throughout. We talked last time about what inclusionary is. I'll do a real quick recap of that. Go ahead. So when developers sell units, sell market rate units, they have to sell a percentage of them. The percentage is to be determined at affordable levels, okay? And you can see it's really common in California on the East Coast. It's generally really common in strong market areas. Great. There's two parts to an inclusionary program: the percent of the units that are affordable and how deep the affordability is. Is it affordable to low or very low or moderate income households? And they kind of work back and as a teeter-totter almost. The deeper the affordability, the lower the requirements that the market will be able to bear, and vice versa. This is just an inclusionary example from Santa Rosa. It had 127 market rate units and 15 low-income units. I think the thing that's a little weird and hard to understand about inclusionary is there's not a lot of press about it. If it's a 100% affordable building that the city puts in a lot of money to, everyone will go to the groundbreaking and there'll be a big press release about it. This just, to everyone's eyes, looks like a typical rental development. The affordable units are spread throughout the building. They're not on one floor. It's managed by whoever manages the market rate units. They just do it all. It's a very quiet way of getting affordable housing. So why inclusionary? There's a couple ways to answer this. One is why are we looking at it now? The council in the housing strategy and as well as in the housing element said that you would look at it. It's an effective tool for making progress towards your housing element goals. And in particular, there's a lot of pressure to do fair housing, to think about where those housing units are going. Looking at those housing element goals, there's a yearly target of 324 units. Vacaville's done really well in the above market rate, but they have the affordable units have stalled. We'll talk about that in a moment. Another way to think about inclusionary is it uses market forces for community benefits. It doesn't require public subsidies. Pretty much any other affordable housing program, any other way of getting affordable housing is going to require significant public subsidies. And it's honestly, in California, it's probably the major way affordable housing gets produced. And the other thing that's nice is wherever that new housing happens, that's where the affordable housing is built too. When we were doing the outreach, there were some concerns about new affordable housing going in a handful of neighborhoods, and this is a way of by its nature, correcting for that. Another way to think about why we're talking about it is rents and sales prices, even more so, are really prohibitively expensive for a lot of working families. A lot of people who work in the community just can't afford to live here. Currently, the affordable housing strategy in Vacaville has been to use city-owned land, and the city's actually been fairly effective at doing that. They've plus or minus produced 1,000 units, and generally, talking to most developers and most community members, these are pretty well run. It's been a mix of rental and affordable housing, but recent projects have stalled. The market and the economics, most places need subsidy, some type of dollar subsidy, as well as the donation of land. So there's not too much. There's a couple of projects, but they're both paused. Make sure we're all on the same page about what a commercial impact fee is. I think everyone knows this. We were just talking about this. It's a fee on new development that'll go into, so basically market rate developers will pay a fee. It'll go into an affordable housing trust fund. As the city collects that money in their trust fund, they'll give it out to nonprofit or affordable developers and get housing that way. There's a first step of doing what's called a nexus study that kind of justifies that fee before you can do it. Backing up or big picture for a second, there's basically two ways to produce affordable housing. There's the public subsidy route, so you can donate land, you can put money in, maybe there's some zoning techniques you can do. And then there's the private, and then the other option, like inclusionary or the commercial impact fees, is asking the private sector to do a share of those units. And I think some of the opposition, is just a philosophical thing, a philosophical question of whether or not that responsibility for providing affordable housing should be solely in the public sector, or whether or not it's reasonable to ask developers to help meet that need. Okay, talking a little about our outreach, we did a variety of tools to learn about the community and learn about what might be appropriate here. We had meetings and interviews. We looked at nearby cities or peer communities, and then we'll talk a lot about this feasibility analysis. And I want to really differentiate the number 2 and the number 3. Number 2 is really about the neighboring communities. What are other people doing? Let's not stand out. What's typical? But number 3, the feasibility analysis, that really is about what's happening here. What are rents here? What are construction costs here? I'll add one caveat that we had limited data on the hotel, so that's based a little more on some of the neighbors, but for the most part, all that data is based on really very specific Vacaville conditions. You can see it's been a fairly extensive process. We've gone back to developers in the community a number of times to share our plan methodology, to share our draft assumptions, and to get feedback on those assumptions. We did 16 interviews, 4 meetings with a pre-existing developer group, a public meeting as well as some broader meetings with housing service providers and nonprofit developers. The general themes, our assumptions seem safe. In some cases, the development community even said our assumptions were a little too conservative, which is great to hear, which is where we want to be. Advocates are generally supportive. The groups like the BIA, the building industry representatives, are generally philosophically opposed. We heard actually from everyone, this is pretty consistent, that it's if Vacaville moves forward, it's really important to provide options we'll talk about the options in a minute, but people really wanted a flexible program. Developers are really concerned about the cumulative impacts. That's not per se this one program, it's all of the fees and all of the programs that's more their concern. And then we did hear worries about the potential for poor management of inclusionary programs, affordable programs. That is a concern everywhere. I think generally most places have figured out how to do a good job managing units. Vacaville actually has a pretty long history and a lot of units under their management. So I do share that concern. I want to make sure it's addressed. If we go forward, we'll work on a manual to ensure that units are well managed. But I think that can be addressed. So data analysis, stakeholder interviews to get the inputs for the feasibility. Some of it was from stakeholders and industry professionals. Some of it was from public and private databases. We also looked at the city databases, city records, and then financial reports. Generally, if you look surrounding communities, surrounding counties, inclusionary is pretty common. In this county, most places are kind of at the place of studying it and considering it. And if we zoomed out and looked a broader Bay Area, you would see it's even more common where the housing prices are a little higher, closer to San Francisco. You also see it in the Sacramento area as well. Typically, peer cities the average is probably a little more than 10% of the units being required to be affordable, though it varies. Sometimes it varies based on the neighborhood, sometimes it varies on other factors. Commercial affordable requirements are much less common. You have to look a little further afield to find cities that are doing them. You do see what's more common is commercial impact fees that pay for other things besides affordable housing, which Vacaville has. But you do see some cities doing commercial impact fees, but it's not. It doesn't feel as common as the inclusionary. Okay, talk about feasibility results. Make sure we're all on the same page of what a feasibility study is. We look at the types of buildings that are being built, the construction costs, the rents, the existing city fees, so we take those into account, and profit expectations. And again, all that's Vacaville specific. We can put it into what's called a pro forma or model or a spreadsheet. And we look, can development currently happen, and how does inclusionary affect that? Or how do commercial impact fees affect that? And we have to simplify it a little bit because every development's unique. And what we try and find is typical developments. Like this might be the range. Some of them just might not today be feasible because rents are a little lower because it's near the highway, or construction costs are a little too high, or the lot's too small. And other ones might be really pretty easy to develop. So when we study it, we look at what's typical, or I might say a prototype is another word for just a typical type of development, be it like a large single-family subdivision or a multifamily development. That's what we call a prototype. I think the one question we get a lot, and we can talk about it more, but is, will affordable housing requirements stop all development? And this is why we do the feasibility study, because there really is a risk of if the requirements are too high, you can adversely affect new development. And we don't want to do that because we need new housing in order to keep prices down for everyone. So we would be one step forward, two steps back if we had requirements that were too high. And so that's why we do the feasibility study. And then also the incentives like the density bonus program help soften that blow. And then you see the results are a little bit mixed on studies, but a fair amount of studies find that if you have a mix of requirements and incentives as well as flexibility, that you don't see a significant or any, in a lot of cases, effect on market or new housing production. Okay, so for commercial, we studied 4 prototypes, 4 sample developments: hotel, warehouse, life sciences, and retail. I'll just add that caveat again. The hotel one, it was hard to find local data for, so it's at least the most speculative. Typically, developers wanted to make between 6.5% and 8.25%. The development was often right somewhere at the edge of feasible or not feasible. We're seeing some development in the city just because there might be a client who really wants a facility and they don't care whether or not it pencils, it works on paper, they want it. So it does happen. And then also, particularly with residential also, but particularly with commercial, trends change really quickly. So this is definitely a point in time reference or snapshot. So there you see the profit targets and what the profit actually is. For hotels, it's not that good. Warehouse right at the edge or the bottom of feasibility. Life sciences maybe at the edge. Retail, not a super pretty picture. I think the one thing to keep in mind though is that construction costs are so high that impact fees tend not to affect feasibility that much. So if council wanted to do impact fees, it probably on paper wouldn't have that huge an effect on actual profitability, though sometimes it has a perception effect that you have to be careful of, that developers ask, are there impact fees? And there's one more you have to mention, even if it's a small number. So that's something to keep in mind for commercial. I think the recommendation, if council wanted to do any fee, would be a fairly modest fee. Try and keep it just a small percentage of total development costs. And also the city's totally able to waive fees for types of developments that they want to promote. It doesn't have to be the same fees or even any fees throughout. It could be one type of development fees or no fees for some. Okay, residential, we studied 3 prototypes: single-family rental with ADUs, multifamily rental, and then 3 ownership townhomes, single-family 4-home, and then a smaller single-family cottage court. Currently, generally, development is feasible. It's obviously less feasible with inclusionary. Something we talked about last time was how over time, inclusionary tends to push land prices down a little bit. Basically, developers will offer less for land. So one thing we modeled was what the land price, how the feasibility looked if prices went down, land prices went down by 10%. And then options are really important because some of this can it can be a little more profitable for developers if you give them a little bit more flexibility. I'll talk about that later. So single family with ADU, we're looking at a target of 7.5% for target for feasibility. Currently, it's a little higher than that, 7.9, which is great. Even with inclusionary, and then particularly with the land prices, that remains feasible. Multifamily today, again, all of this can change. It's looking for that same target, but even without any inclusionary requirements, you're not seeing it. For the for sale, so we jump, without going into the details, developers like to use a different way of talking about profit for sale. So it jumps to 25%, but that doesn't mean they're expecting 4 times the profit. They're just measuring profit differently. So a target of 25%, expected profit of just barely a little over that. Inclusionary pushes that down. Land prices gets it close, but not quite back to the original level. Single family homes, it does okay. The target profit, again, 25%, coming in at 28, and with a little land adjustment, it comes out back at that target threshold. And the same thing for the smaller single-family homes. They also with a land adjustment of 10%, if land prices come down 10%, it works. It pencils. So the market as model seems to be able to support modest inclusionary requirements. We're recommending, if council wanted to do it, 10%, which is a little lower than the neighbors. We generally encourage cities, if you're considering inclusionary and you haven't done it before, to err on the slightly lower side of what the market would bear or what your neighbors can do. So 10% feels like a safe assumption. Rental, we're recommending at 60% of area median income, and ownership at 100%. And then really importantly, to do annual reporting and a 3-year evaluation. I think sometimes when there's discussions about inclusionary, it feels like we're making this decision we can never undo. And I don't see it that way. I see it as we're using our best guess, and we'll come back and change our recommendations. We'll change our policies if market conditions change, or if we weren't right. And I know I've been involved in cities. I worked in Salinas, for example, where they put in their inclusionary requirements where it was kind of at the top of the market cycle, and then everything came down, and they had us come in and look whether or not their inclusionary requirements were still reasonable, and they weren't. And we recommended, and what they did was they dropped their requirements based on the market conditions. Okay, talk a little about options. It's important to talk about them, one, because the law requires that you have options if you have an inclusionary program. And the other thing is, it makes it easier on developers. Those target percentages I talked about will look a little better if we give developers good options. The most common option is in lieu fees. So that's a payment that developers can make instead of building the units. And there's pros and cons. If the city gets money, it can often leverage it with state money and double it. So that's great. And then there's fewer partners to deal with. If you have 50 affordable units in one place, it's a lot easier to manage than 5 units here and 10 units there. And money is inherently more flexible. Inclusionary, it's a little, sometimes cities are like, how do I get affordable ownership units? And it's like, well, if you're not getting ownership production, in the general market, you won't get affordable ownership, and vice versa for rental. But if you have that money, you can target it to seniors, large families, or whatever your priorities are. So that flexibility is nice. The con, it's definitely slower. You have to collect that money and bundle it up, and it can often take a couple of years to actually see the production. It sometimes is hard to find land, and actually sometimes hard to give out that money. And sometimes developments are not in strong neighborhoods. I should say also that leveraging outside money sometimes limits your flexibility. If you want to actually, there's limits on what neighborhoods you can build in, or the types of housing that you can build. So it's not always as flexible as you would think in theory. Excuse me. So that's in lieu fees. An option that developers are really interested in is being able to build or cluster their affordable units a little bit. So if they're building a really large single-family home, rather than having to build a affordable unit that's the exact same size, limiting it, perhaps like requiring it to be the same number of bedrooms, same quality construction, but giving them some options to have smaller units, or having those in duplexes or different forms. And then a third option to consider is allowing developers to build offsite with checks to make sure that you're not concentrating that housing in certain neighborhoods. Talk real briefly about what does success look like. I think there was more in the staff report, but really two big things. One is, are you getting high quality affordable homes? And two is housing development continuing at pace? There's ways to measure all these. There's additional goals, but I think that's the big picture. If you know your program's successful, if you're getting affordable homes and you're also getting expensive market rate homes. And it really is good to have some type of annual reporting. I know staff is busy and you have to balance requests, but like the Santa Rosa example, you often just don't see the affordable housing. It gets built, it's great, it's there, but if there's some annual reporting, you actually will see there'll be more attention to it. We would develop more detailed goals if the city directs staff to move forward, and again, preparing annual reports in a 3-year report. So Planning Commission looked at it. Now we're at City Council. The goal was always to kind of have a 2-phase process. The first was to get far enough that the council can give direction, big picture direction, go, no-go decision. And if that works, do some more outreach, do some more analysis about potential in lieu fees and others, and come back to council with a final suggestion. A couple of questions to consider: the commercial, what direction we're on the commercial fee, and then an inclusionary program. And if an inclusionary program, what prices, what level of affordability seems right, as well as any alternatives. Okay, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm certain there's going to be a lot of questions, partially maybe even from the public as well. Do you think that the housing affordability in Vacaville is a temporary problem?
No, I think it's a good question. I don't think without government intervention you'll see houses that the workforce could afford.
I think cities like Vacaville and others that are exploring this could also at the same time not just saying, okay, we're going to look at an inclusionary zoning policy because the state says we can get to adopt it. What is your thought on, should cities also be considering how do you incentivize housing types, and actually housing production?
Yeah, I'll answer that. I think staff will have some comments too. I absolutely think there's really good
Because it seems
work.
like it's tied to it, right?
Totally right. I mean, you can only, if council adopts 10% of the units, that's great, but that's 10%. And if there's things that council can do to encourage more naturally affordable, I don't think you'll ever hit that 60% that low or very low, but to push those prices down, I do think there's things you can do with the zoning code or with the existing impact fees to encourage that. I don't know if staff wants to add.
I would add, thank you for the question, Mayor Carley. I would add that yes, there is a potential if the council gives direction to staff to move forward with drafting a program and gives us some direction on goals. If the council further directs us to look at additional incentives to pair with the program, that is absolutely something we can take on. And the timing is very good for that, given that we're working on a couple diff updates at this time. We just launched the CFD methodology study, and there's some other factors that make this a good time to do all the things at the same time.
And I would also add just that we do have a density bonus and incentives section in our code currently. And there are additional strategies that we could consider pursuing, such as streamlined permitting and other strategies that other communities are working on in the state of California.
And I think I saw it may have been slide 15. You don't have to go to it, but I think you mentioned something that Vacaville had 2 projects that were affordable housing that had paused. Can you help us understand why they paused? Because it's kind of like if we're going to take some kind of action, we need to understand what is a problem, and if it's, sometimes there's concerns over development, but at the same time, if it doesn't meet a certain requirement, developers just won't build. So
We actually have 3 approved affordable housing projects that are not moving forward at this time due to lack of funding. And it's not that they don't have any funding, and they do have city land involved, but they don't have enough funding to proceed. So that would be the Allison Apartments project, 135 units, the Oak Grove Senior Apartment project, so that's I think 60 units, and then that more newly approved Habitat for Humanity project, that's a smaller number of units. We also have the Victory Gardens project, which is on the cusp of being approved. It's a couple hundred units. Tamara Colden, our Housing and Community Services Director, not to put her on the spot, she might be able to speak a little more specifically about what the funding gaps are, but they are large gaps. And these projects are competing for state funds, but a lot of times this competition is better when you have local funds to pair with those state funds.
because I think our housing element, we went through that slide pretty fast, but it may have been, I think over that 8-year period, it was like 600 and some units that fell within the very low when we're looking at below market rate. And if we've got projects sitting in the pipeline that could inform what our numbers would look like in projections, funding, I'm asking these questions because there's a lot at stake in the development part of this as we frame, do we want something like this? Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to jump in real quick on the comment, and this is something we've talked quite a bit about when we were doing the housing strategy and our required housing element update mandate. The pre-existing or the current method of providing affordable housing was touched on a little bit, but it involved just relying on city-owned land and partnering with private developers that do nothing but affordable housing developments. And so that was the city's methodology. And so 1, we're running out of land.
Yeah.
2, the land was primarily in what was the former redevelopment area because, that's how the city acquired those properties was through redevelopment. And so you had consolidated properties that we're running out of now. And then the overall business now of affordable housing development is very, very competitive because there's jurisdictions up and down the entire state competing for those tax credit dollars and those other funding sources from the state that are extremely competitive. And despite the fact that we have some very strong projects that meet all the criteria that you see on those applications for tax credits and assistance funding, we're losing. We're losing to other cities, predominantly down in Southern California. And so there's just a shortage of assistance monies to close that gap. And so that's why we've been talking about that we need a different model because the model that we currently have is going to run out. And it does rely on other sources of subsidy funds that is becoming extremely competitive right now with all that the state's under. So I just wanted to make sure that that's why we've been talking about inclusionary zoning, providing different options to explore, to help bring that other mechanism in that can replace the one that's not going to be worth much very longer.
Yeah, thank you. And then I'll open it up to the rest of the council. I see some lights here. But I think on one of your slides, that, you know, BIA is opposed. And other than that, I believe that that's the picture right there that I found interesting. Clearly California, this has gotten popular. California is expensive. Is there any other, I mean, because as I read even in the staff report, information that came to the planning committee and also material that's available out there, a lot of studies out there, the impact on housing development. Clearly California has a housing shortage crisis. And so we're almost creating our own problem through this to have to then react to this. I know those are philosophical questions that we could spend hours talking about, but what happens when some of those issues are addressed? You're saying that you can, from your models, you'll reevaluate and make changes. That doesn't happen a lot in government, right? You set it in place, set it in motion. I've often said you can't unbuild what you build, and are we building the right thing, or are we just trying to solve a problem that we didn't create? That's why I'm not opposed to looking at it. I just don't like the idea of only looking at. So if there is direction, if the council does support it, I certainly would want to see that we're not simply just saying, okay, well, we're just going to put it on the developers without truly understanding the impact. Because if it doesn't get built and all it does is restrict the whole process, then what, right? There's a lot of trust being held in listening to your feedback here. So I don't know if can you comment on what I just shared?
Yeah, I do think that's the art and the concern, that we don't want to stop new development from happening. I was actually telling staff, actually my favorite study, and it wasn't published, but for a while, about 10 years ago, California courts got rid of inclusionary rental. They said it was inclusional. They said it violated Costa-Hawkins. So you had what was a really interesting natural experiment where you could see cities that suddenly used to have inclusionary and then you got rid of inclusionary. That was one group. And then you had this other group of cities that never had inclusionary. And you could see, how did the ones that suddenly got rid of inclusionary have this big jump? And no, the answer was no. It was really hard to tell which ones had inclusionary and which ones hadn't. And tools cities have, like zoning, changing the zoning, or making development more certain by having really clear objective standards, those often are more powerful, have more of an effect on development than the inclusionary requirements. So that way, in that study, you just couldn't see the data, because if one city rezoned, they had a jump in production that was many times anything else that would have happened. So yeah, I do think that's the concern. That's the art, and I do think most inclusionary programs are successful. They do that goal of getting affordable housing and letting new development happen. But that I understand your concern.
And then lastly is the slide that showed the cities that were in the Bay Area, but also I know in the staff report, it showed percentages and what different cities had adopted. One of the concerns that I have is if this goes into phase 2, so that there is the assessment, it isn't just to come back and give us a policy. My concern sometimes is whether it's a council or a board, you look at options, you go, oh, I like 10%. It's inferred in the staff report. Question is that a random number? And so I would hate to see a city make decisions because there's a chart that has, numbers with ranges or percentages based upon a city without having context for what that means for a city.
Right. And that, I think, that's where the feasibility study really helps us. I did the 10% recommendation because 15% felt, 12% seemed to work okay, 15% felt like it didn't. And I thought, let's be a little bit safe and come down from where the edge of it working. And then I like to look to the neighbors and say, does this feel reasonable? Like, okay, that's what the data tells me. That's what the Vacaville specific information tells me. And then if I look and if it's out of line with the neighbors, I think, oh, maybe I got something wrong. But when you look at the neighbors, you think, okay, that seems to be a reasonable recommendation. That's how I approached it.
Well, and that's the thing is what drives the metric, right? What's going to show you whether or not that's successful or not. And I say that because there's 15%, there's up to 25%, but there are ranges. So if cities have ranges, what causes the range, right? So it sounds to me like there are some cities that are offering a system that has some flexibility and for some reason.
Yeah, so the range, it typically, sometimes, there's a couple of different factors. Sometimes when a city rezones and increases the zoning, they'll have a higher requirement there because that's when the land value would increase. Otherwise, it's a logical time to do it. Sometimes the range is based on the different areas of the city and the economics of how strong it is. And sometimes the range is sometimes it's based on how large the development is, and sometimes it's based on the type of development. And I'll just say there's a balance between trying to accomplish a whole bunch of different policy goals and having a program that's fairly simple to administer. And my bias is when you start a new program, you kind of keep it as simple as you can. And then when you're ready to do your first revisions, you're like, okay, this part's working, this part's not. We have a little more opportunity. Maybe we did too much here. That's when you start to tweak it. But it's obviously council's direction, and we'd appreciate that. But I usually, for starting a program, I tend to recommend a simpler to administer program.
Councilmember Silva?
Thank you. So my question that I had in a previous item was just related to how, what are your experiences or what is the insight into when a city has different housing price point options for ownership specifically? How has that helped stimulate, or has that helped stimulate housing sales or therefore or stifle it? I mean, we're kind of touching up on it here, but when it relates to just the overall well-being of a community, how does having those different price point housing options?
Generally, developers will build the most profitable housing. So from their perspective, that's kind of what they have to do. From the city's perspective, most cities prefer to have a variety of both rental and ownership options. So people in the workforce have various options to live.
And would so this has come up in economic development aspects, and I don't know our director for that wants to maybe chime in, but how does having different housing option price points, whether it be rentals or ownership, help stimulate our economy? And then why it comes up to answer that, I listened in on the planning commission meeting, and there was a comment about, or a data that I didn't quite catch in here, about the median income, the percentage of median income for Vacaville. What was it? Was around 30.
Well, okay. Why don't you go first?
Happy to answer the question for you. Thank you, Councilmember Silva. I'll share this information with you. Over the past 4 years with our economic development strategies, we've toured nearly 30 companies through the city. Each one of the companies have asked very specific questions about what our housing situation looks like. Some of the questions have been this pointed to say, if we bring a business to Vacaville, we have 1,200 employees, do you have housing for them? So with the housing crisis that's happening here in California, with the housing cost in the Bay Area, we are a more affordable market, but we don't nearly have the number of housing units that many of the companies are asking that we have. Although I know that we have quite a few housing projects on the books for those companies looking to come to the city, they're looking for greater numbers. But to be truthful, and I think you can attest to that, everyone in California is looking for greater numbers in the housing. So yes, our type of housing and our quantity of housing does have an effect in our ability to attract more businesses and create more jobs.
Do they elaborate more on what type of housing, or can it be inferred what type of housing? that
Oh,
would be?
absolutely. Missing middle is now part of everybody's vernacular. And the reason for that is it's not the issue for established employees at the companies. It's for the younger employees that are coming up that can't actually afford for housing. One of the companies gave me an example that 5 of their employees are all renting a 5-bedroom house together. And it's more cost effective to do that than for them to actually try to live on their own. So missing middle again is the word that's being used.
Thank you. And then the population, percent of the population under median income for Vacaville?
Yeah, so generally there's a rule of thumb that someone should spend about 30% of their income on housing, and about a third, if they spend more than that, they're called cost burden. So about a third of the city is cost burden. And for at least for the county, so make sure we all know what median means. If you look at the richest person and the poorest person, it's like the middle person. The median income is 113,200.
For family of 4?
Yeah, and then it's scaled. It all gets the affordable housing world is very complicated, so it gets scaled from there down or up depending on family size.
Then, okay, that's good. Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
All right, I'll try to stay focused and centered, not ramble on. Actually stop work early to really actually passionately dive in on this. The feasibility study, thanks so much for all the hard work. The last slide that you talked to is always like a frustrating Achilles heel, like 30%. It's almost like we're setting up, that's a natural number. It's not a Vacaville number, it's not a county number. 30%, if you exceed 30% of housing costs, your housing burden, everybody is. It's hypocritical. The government-sponsored enterprise, Fannie, Freddie, every mortgage, 9% of all the houses, you're approved up to 55% of your gross, not your net. Everybody's housing burden. So we almost start off this conversation every time with this false perception of, oh, we can get this fairy tale number of 30% of gross or of net. It's not there. 85% of every single American at every income group as of January says housing is unaffordable. 1.2 is the new number to buy a conventional loan. People are having a hard time affording that, even with making 6 figures times 2 families. It is, so I just want to really just frame this conversation around, like, make sure we're all reality here. I mean, I know I have is requirements, incentives, and the reality. And how are we going to take those 3 things and figure this thing out? The cost burden is real. Before I came here, I pulled my house up. I grew up in older neighborhood. I drove by 2 other houses I lived at. I lived in a lot of houses in Vacaville. The one thing I noticed, as my mom was a single mom as a teacher, these houses were built in the 70s in Vacaville. But the characteristics of those houses, one was like 1683, one was 17 something, the big one was 1838. We need to figure out not just the conversation of like how to make it affordable, like how are we gonna make houses? Like how are we gonna create houses in Vacaville? What does missing middle mean? That means if we have a land, you can't have a developer magically have land costs go down. We're run out of land that's owned by the city. So now it's a private partnership between a private company and a private company to help the public interest. How can we incentivize and not force them to find a way to build houses cheaper? We only have a few levers we can pull. And so we talk the conversations of fees, pricing. We can control the cost of permits and land. The hard part is, like, capitalism is like a marriage. You can't make someone love you. Like, developers gotta want to come here to have a win-win. They want to make money. We want the housing. Like, they have a margin at 25%. We can't ask them to lower the margin for us. That's not reality. We need to figure out how can we provide the mechanisms we can control, as fees and incentives, to allow them to build a house, say, from 1,100 square feet. So we're the first council in the last 32 years of Vacaville to actually tackle the level of rates that we give developers for housing. Like, we need to really lean in and figure out how can we take that chart again and segment it down farther, but not just, so this California state law, it's a price per square foot for housing, right? Where do we give an incentive? If you bring houses that's workforce housing, missing middle in Vacaville from 1,100 square feet to 1,500, we're gonna incentivize you and push you to build a house that can be affordable at maybe $300 per square foot is the average right now. With inflation, who knows, and all the tariffs on wood. They can bring that house in at $350,000. It's funny you said that, because like, I pulled the whole chart, I used my software at work, I cheated, and with the median income is $113,200. So your math is 60% of that number. 60% of that number is $69,120. I pulled the data for Vacaville Unified School District, Fairfield. I don't tell them how teachers make, but you take that number, and all of a sudden, wow, at 60%, could they afford to buy a house? Now, if you take 30% in GTI, that's $1,689 a month. That's tough. So I want to get real with the numbers, how we're going to create that. If we just say, developers, you know what, we're going to force inclusionary housing on you, figure it out. They will go bankrupt before they're able to say, in order to get 10% of the houses to make it so this is affordable, we need to do this price for everybody else. We got to figure out ways for the whole development could be a win-win. How can we incentivize them to say, you still need to build houses 2,500 square foot level, 3,000, but we need houses to be delivered in Vacaville at 1,100 square feet to 1,500 square feet again, that can allow people to come in at $300 a square foot, they can build it, $350 purchase price. At $350 purchase price at 5.99, a teacher in Vacaville can afford that house. But they're not gonna be able to afford the house at 30%, so we have to be real. They can afford the house at 47%. So it's just, I want to go forward. Inclusionary housing, it's great. What it's trying to create is affordable housing or attainable housing. Like, if we have to, I want to incentivize them, not to restrict them. But we got to figure out, like, we can go forward, say yes or no, but I want to make sure that you guys go the whole gamut, and the developers have the chance to say, we heard the bell, we rang the call, Greg. If we do a 1,100 unit parcel project, if we bring in 25% of the parcels at 1,100 square feet to 1,500 square feet, gives us maybe 500 units at 2,500 square feet to 4,000 executive housing. We can maintain that 20% margin, but you got to help us out with maybe CFD fees, help us out with diff fees, help us out with, instead of $89,000 per lot. Why would you do it? Why would you build a house and take a loss? You're going to build the biggest house you can. We got to incentivize and say, you know what? If you're going to help us, we're going to help you. We're going to cut that fee down by 40%. Therefore, you can maintain your margin and build a house at $350,000. So it's a win-win. It's a way to get inclusionary housing without forcing it down their throat. So I'm very passionate about it because the math doesn't lie, and we can hit the numbers. But we're going to have to do our part as a city to reduce the fees, reduce the cost, to incentivize them, because we have no more public land to give them. We're going to have to figure it out, private party, and make it happen with us helping them on the one part of the equation. So, I don't want to ramble on, but it's just, seeing the 30% number, seeing that, I want to put in context, the ability for someone at 60% of the AMI, like, those are our teachers. Those are our x-ray techs. These people make sure our kids are safe and make sure we're safe from the hospital. They deserve to live in our communities. But we have to make sure we build to allow them to afford it. It's not gonna happen by magic. You can't force someone to love you. People try, but they gotta make money, and we gotta find housing. So maybe we can't get all the fees in every house, but I'll tell you, like, when the transfer tax you hit on, when you create a new unit at $350,000 at 1.2%, that is a bonus for the city. You know what? It's not $700,000, $900,000 price. It's not the Lennar home, but it is going to create wealth. It's going to create money for the city, and it's going to give the opportunity for, as they grow out of it, someone else can go behind there. The economy of scales won't let that house go to $900,000. Because you know what? There's a house across town that's already 900,000. So when you get more affluent, have more money, you'll move out of the house and allow someone else to come behind there. And by doing that, if we force an inclusionary zoning, like, hey, you build this house, it's for ownership, but 25% of the equity is all they can take, then they're trapped. They can never get the full ownership of wealth. There's in this house, this little bubble. They can make some money, but not a lot. And hopefully they can get out of this matrix and hop to the next level. Like, I want to make it so they can afford to be there, they can attain the wealth, attain the equity, and then move up. But markets and economies will keep that house at only a certain level. I mean, houses in Leisure Town, 30 years later, they're still under $500,000. They didn't jump up to the cost of like a house on Vine Street because economies of scale have kept it to a certain point. At some level, they only sustain so much of a cost. So, I mean, and it was a long rant, but I actually stopped working a lot early, so I really want to get the point across. Like, inclusionary housing is great, but the root of it is trying to find ways to make houses affordable and attainable, and we can do it without forcing them with some kind of mechanism. We need to incentivize them. So I'm sorry for the rant, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it does raise a question. Like, next up will be Councilmember Stock. But did you consider, what it looks like, because fees are a tax, right? I mean, ultimately, someone's paying something. It's impacting someone. Here in the city of Vacaville, it's listed in the staff report. It's roughly what, 89,000 or some change or below. At some point, that becomes, I mean, that's per door. And I do agree that somewhere in there, if we do move forward, there's got to be a full discussion. What is an incentive, and what is driving the impact that we're having here? The other cities that are either have a inclusionary zoning or are considering it, do they have the level of use of CFDs that, because all these things become a cost, and especially as someone who's buying or renting, if it's new development and there's CFDs, all that adds to the cost of a house on top of the fees. And so where do you find that? And so I appreciate your point. Councilmember Stockton? And then at some point you can answer that question.
Want to answer it now? You can. I can wait.
Yeah, why not?
So it seems there's a bunch of questions and thoughts which are all really helpful. I mean, I hear really clearly that the council wants to look at ways of encouraging more naturally affordable housing, smaller units, or units that are going to be more starter homes or whatever it is. I think that's a
It'd be
really
like Councilmember Ritchie said, if you tier at that next level, maybe it hits that special spot that drives an incentive to get to the size that fits that missing middle. It's also a lower cost because we're helping it get built, and then the quantity of supply and demand tends to help. So all of that. But the question that I'll leave you with is, up to now, has there been a consideration of CF in the overall impact if we had a zoning ordinance here, compared to the fact that most other cities may or may not have the level of CFD structure into their budget that is affecting housing? Because that then dries up the cost, because that's in everyone's tax bill.
right. So we looked at impact fees. CFDs are a little bit more complicated because they're spatial as well, and there's a bunch more factors. So in some ways, the CFDs are incorporated. The CFDs, I would say, are incorporated in the for sale, but they're not. If council wanted us to do more study about that, we could do more study. There's kind of sometimes endless, like a lot of possibilities. We looked at it to some degree, but not exhaustively, is what I would say.
Councilmember Stockton?
Sure. Are SB 330 projects exempt from having to pay area zoning or to abide by that?
No, I think all they would have to follow all objective standards. So I think they would have to follow inclusionary units. I would have to double check though.
Can exclusionary zoning be only applied to SB 330 projects?
This is another
Technically.
lawyer question. Some of the bills that were passed were said you can't apply any additional requirements that you don't apply more broadly. And I don't remember if SB 330 had that.
Probably
rule.
not.
I would be worried about it, but I would have to check, or we'd have to ask the attorney.
Okay.
So I would have to research that.
I'm going to choose my words carefully. Is primary goal, and I guess I'll ask you, Director, the primary goal to create affordable housing, or is the primary goal to create housing, affordable units in neighborhoods people would not normally be able to?
The overarching goal in the housing strategy and the housing element is to produce all kinds of housing in Vacaville to serve all kinds of people. I think there's a fact that 80% of the people that work in Vacaville do not live in Vacaville. And we might presume that some of that's because they can't afford to live here. But there is a goal of not having concentrations of affordable housing in certain neighborhoods. That's a historic part of Vacaville's development pattern in the former redevelopment area. There is also in the housing strategy, the goal of having the more attainable housing units, the smaller housing units, something that staff is working on as far as the differentiated diff fees that will be coming forward to council. But I guess I'd say we have a lot of housing goals about housing all kinds of people at all different income levels.
Well, that's why I'm asking what the primary goal is. Is it the housing or where the housing is?
Well, according to our RENA, the primary goal is to produce hundreds of deed-restricted affordable units at a variety of income levels by 2031.
So I think one of the questions that came up earlier is it the developer's responsibility to create that house?
And that is a question that the council is, I'm sure, thinking about as part of deciding whether to move forward with asking staff to develop a program to bring back to you, or to set this project down and not work on program options following this meeting.
You've had conversations with developers regarding this topic, correct?
Yes.
And are they supportive of inclusionary zoning?
I don't want to speak for them because many of them are in the audience this evening. I think they plan to speak for themselves. What we heard and what our consultant shared with the council is initially, especially, that it was really about not wanting to have a certain number of units that they had to build as part of their project, especially like scattered throughout their development. And then we also heard that they may not want to build, for example, ownership units. If they had flexibility, rental units might be easier. I guess the overarching thing we heard, I think it starts with, if the council decides to move forward with an inclusionary ordinance, it's going to be very important that there's flexibility about how those requirements are met. And that's something that if the council directs us to move forward with this, we would be reconvening that group and ultimately bringing council a program that has options.
Is exclusionary zoning a method to incentivize developers to build in Vacaville as opposed to other communities that don't?
It's actually called inclusionary zoning.
Excuse me, inclusionary zoning.
It's I think, I'm not sure, Councilmember Stockton, to be honest with you. We have other cities in Solano County who have inclusionary requirements, who are exploring inclusionary requirements. So at this moment in time, it's unclear how establishing some menu of options, inclusionary requirement, would affect people's decisions to continue building here or not.
Last question I have is, has your department looked into incentivizing some of the concepts or some of the ideas that Councilmember Ritchie brought up? Have you spent significant time looking into options about fee waivers and different things that's within the city's control, incentivize building the type of housing that we want to build?
We have a couple pending initiatives, and some of them are in my department, some of them touch on other departments. Don Burris, who was here a moment ago, and I are tasked with a incentives program, fee reduction program, and also I'm leading the charge on an updated fee ordinance that has the potential to adjust fees based on what the council is trying to accomplish and where you're trying to accomplish it. So these initiatives are actually, they've started, they don't necessarily have a schedule just yet, but I'm thinking of them as 2025 initiatives. So I think it is something that we have started exploring and that we could prioritize, particularly if we're able to move forward with this inclusionary program.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question. The other question that I have for the mayor or for the council is, we've allowed you to talk for a significant amount of time. I know that we limit our time to 3 minutes for comments, but I really do feel as though it's important that we get feedback from everybody. And I'm wondering if we may be able to extend the 3-minute time marker. I know that we have some folks that have met with our staff to have these conversations. Are we able to extend the 3 minutes to maybe 6 or?
Well, it just depends on how many people in the audience really do want to share. I am aware that there was one that is very influential in the community that was
Correct.
cut off 3 minutes in a planning commission who probably could have informed the commission, and I would certainly consider individuals that really have an expertise.
So I guess my question then is there a representative from the business community or the development community, excuse me, that you have used as a liaison that may be able to provide some feedback and which would require them to have some more time?
The general. Lisa.
Hear from her, Mr. Mayor.
Well, and
Council, if
anyone
that's-
else. I think the numbers are small enough that we can I'll monitor the time. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to the public for comment. If you do represent an industry, let me know when you start, and so I can take that into consideration. Or a builder or developer. Yes, and never mind, the clock started for whatever reason. I haven't even started. Good evening.
I'm Lisa Bordebriggen, and I represent the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area. We have about 400 plus members who are engaged in building, designing, trenching, you name it, involved in building houses. And I certainly don't want to take up too much time. I did send you all a fairly lengthy letter with a lot of our issues in it, and I know it's late and we're all getting a little glazed over, at least I think I am. Certainly, inclusionary, the discussion is a philosophical discussion, but it also has a practical result. I think I've reviewed a lot of inclusionary policies from around the region, and inclusionary is popular because it feels good. It feels like we're doing something. We get a few units. We have some groundbreakings. It's such a drop in the bucket that it becomes difficult to justify when you with the trade-offs. At what price are we getting these few units for a few people for? The studies that I shared with you showed that a few people do benefit. If you get that lucky golden ticket and you get one of those units, you're pretty happy. But everyone else in that subdivision pays more because a few people got that golden ticket. To bring it close to home, I have 14 grandkids. And if 15% of them got an inclusionary unit, 2 of my grandkids had to have an affordable place to live. The other 12, yeah, maybe not so much. Maybe they'd have to move out to the Central Valley. Maybe they'd have to go somewhere else where they could afford to do it. BIA and the Greater Valley BIA are in the process of merging, primarily because most of our major builders are now building out in the Central Valley, where they don't have inclusionary, where they don't have a lot of the high fees. Vacaville is actually pretty good at $89,000 a door. It's $180,000 a door in Livermore, and they do have inclusionary. So I guess by and large, I just feel like the inclusionary policies, you get a few units, a few people are happy, but the prices for everyone else goes up. And we're in this circular firing squad that we've gotten ourselves into because we've been underbuilding in the Bay Area for so many years that our prices are so high. It does support a few inclusionary units, but we're just continuing to shoot ourselves in the foot. And I'd like to see us reverse that starting here in Vacaville. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Chapman, members of the council, Todd Chambers with Lewis Planned Communities. Appreciate you allowing me a little bit more time to speak, but I'll try to stay brief. I've participated in all the community or the outreach meetings that were held and some offline conversations with your consultant and staff, and appreciate their efforts. I guess I'll start out by saying we're fundamentally opposed to an inclusionary ordinance, and so that's our position. I think that you guys have provided some great comments, stolen a lot of my thunder, so to speak, but adopting an inclusionary ordinance that requires residential developers and builders to kind of shoulder the responsibility for affordable housing just increases the cost for market rate buyers, and you've talked about that. Costs for companies like ours are pretty well fixed when it comes to horizontal improvements for sewer, water, drainage. We go through a process with you all for entitlements and soft costs associated with that. Permitting with outside agencies such as U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or Army Corps of Engineers and mitigating for impacts associated with those. You talked about CFDs and burdens that are placed on homeowners. All those costs are pretty well fixed. So it falls down onto the land. And so when you go to buy a piece of land, hope that you can negotiate an arrangement with the land seller that will make your project profitable. And yes, we're in the business of making a profit as a company, but they're not necessarily going to reduce the cost of their land to help accommodate for affordable housing in the community. We think that the efforts that you've done with the guiding principles for, and I'm speaking on behalf of the group that developed on the east of Leisuretown, and that the guiding principles that you've adopted related to missing middle and providing housing that's attainable to a larger group of people, providing smaller units, more density, that can help bring the cost of housing down. We think that's a better solution. I would encourage you all to maybe hear from some of the affordable developers, have them come over here and talk to you, St. Anton or Bridge Housing or Jamboree Housing, Eden Housing. They're doing work in this area or even in your city, and talk to them about what they need and how they can do a better job at producing affordable housing in the city, and how we might be able to work with them on a larger scale project like what we're doing.
I've been a resident here for, I think, 33 years. And I don't see how this has to be, 1,000 square foot, and they have to be built you can't just build all the mansions first and then save the 1,000 square foot for later. You have to,
Speak on this, but I own multifamily housing. I've owned multifamily housing in Vacaville for 25 years.
But then we have to build sewer, storm, gutter, everything for that unit that's not counted in there. Then we've got cost on it, soft cost, everything else. So the cost goes up exponentially. So as you add fees, they don't go up